World is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Can we get the dub for Black today? Game 10 might be the last chance for the challenger to take this match all the way, and Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship starts right now.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, Chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured, the kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the Endgame master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alekhine. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's the master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When they come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 28-51. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The Endgame magician, Norwegian grinder. Triple crown winner, go hard for him. Of course I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 28-81. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing a concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn, making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it too live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Ranch. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at Chess.com. Peace.
Welcome into Game 10 here for the 2020 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage brought to you by Coinbase all day, and it will be brought in all day by the man all the way to my left, Grandmaster Robert Hess, and the man just directly to his right. What's going on with the hoodie, Bob?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
I had no choice.
Oh, man, but it does look good on you.
Thank you.
Right? I think it looks great. I like the cartoon version a little better than the, nothing against your real face, but the cartoon version, did that come off weird? But don't you agree it looks good on him? Okay, well, what we are going to do is dive in to Game 10 at some point here with my amazing co-host to talk about maybe what the challenger needs to do to keep this a match. Obviously, we all know where we stand here with 3 games currently separating the world champion from the challenger. And of course, that means Magnus Carlsen is close to winning his 5th World Chess Championship match. But before we look ahead to Game 10, make our predictions, talk about what we might see both on the board and off, it's time for us to do what we do at the start of every show, take a look back at what was Game 9 for all of its drama, all of its hype. Let's hit rewind and remind everybody of what we had yesterday. We have a fresh-looking cut for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the man bun of more than 3 years, I believe. It is Game 9 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Fabiano Caruana just put a big smile on his face. He is excited about the game we're going to get today, I will tell you that.
I do think that he's recalling lines. I guess he didn't expect C4.
So the knight was adjusted. I believe he was clearly adjusting it because of the body language of that not being a way you make a move.
I think Queen E1 surprised Magnus.
It's a difficult position. I think at least Jan is keeping a significant edge on the clock. That's a big thing.
Wait, it's losing.
Wait.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did. C6.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
And Magnus is scowling because I think he sees it. I'm blown away by this blunder. The world champion is going to win with the black pieces.
Absurd. Could you clarify why you use this word than any other?
It's just because you don't expect to basically win a piece for nothing at this level. So.
And if you need more of all the highlights that are being brought into you by Chess.com, let's remind you that, of course, the main YouTube.com/chess channel has the video you just saw. Our Chess.com live channel has Mike Klein's daily interviews along with other short clips being brought to you from Dubai. And we are live to that channel right now. And then, of course, we also have our Best of Clips channel, some of the fun moments that we have here on set, some of the moments that Robert wishes wouldn't live on the internet forever, and some of the most educational insights, actually, from both Robert and Fabiano, jokes aside, can be found over at our Clips channel. You should go check it out because the videos are amazing. All right, speaking of amazing, we've got a jam-packed lineup here today, guys. Our guests at the top of the post show will be Vidit Gujrathi, Gordon Hayward, the NBA All-Star, currently playing for the Hornets, and then Jan Ludwig-Hammer as well. So lots of fun coming up. Let's also remind everybody that we're joined by Hou Yifan. She is our first guest every day at about 90 minutes into the show. The 4-time women's world champion pops in, and often often bringing some hot fire analysis, making pretty solid predictions about where the games are going. So can't wait to catch up with Yifan. And of course, chat, you'll have an opportunity to get some of your questions answered directly by Fabiano and Yifan at that time. So, all right, it's time to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's predictions, both on the board and off the board. Can't wait to discuss with Robert and Fabi what we're going to see today. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of Game 10 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship resumes shortly.
Hey Alex, we've got a problem. You know, our producer really wants me to do a spot with a world champion, and I don't know, man. I don't know how to get this, so maybe somebody can help. Excuse me, Skirt. So I'm trying to look for a world champion, and Magnus won't return my calls. I think Kasparov already left. Have you seen Karpov anywhere?
I think you're in luck.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Game 10 is about to get underway here for the FIDE World Chess Championship. But before that starts, our predictions get underway. And as always, guys, we start with our predictions on the board, brought to us by our partners at House of Staunton. Remember, you can order that new-looking board for those of you who've been watching our pre-show from the start of this thing all the way back on November 26th. Use that promo code Chess.com to get 15% off. Get yourself a fancy schmancy chessboard this holiday season. And sometimes chess moves feel better on a fancy board. All right. I'm going to scoot up, dive in, slightly adjust my Hess merch into a better visible product placement. There we go. And ask Robert what move he thinks we're going to see on the board from the world champion as white.
I honestly have almost no idea, but I'm going to go with D4 today.
Oh, okay. Okay, real shocking. All right, I disagree. Go ahead.
We were speaking about this earlier in the morning. This is the first time that I can't even make an educated guess. I would guess E4 because Magnus is probably happy with the draw, and E4 is a more forcing way to go for a draw, rather than D4 where, you know, we could get some more long lines, maybe a long game that Magnus doesn't want. I'm going to go with E4 on the first move, and I'll go out on a limb and say Najdorf.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, because I'm also predicting a Sicilian. However, I'm going to predict that Magnus avoids the Najdorf. I don't know how, whether we see a Rossalimo, whether we even
Alapin.
See an Alapin. I was going to say, because a lot of people don't talk about the Alapin at the high levels because we know it's very drawish. But in this situation, protecting a lead. So I was going to say, of the anti-Sicilians, a Rossalimo is probably one of the sharper ones. You know Jan will be prepared for that. Alapin, I think, is a super solid choice. And I even think there's a small chance of some obscure, like, transposition into a weird line. I want to say King's Indian attack. It sounds weird, but something with the Knight of 3 stuff. So, I don't know.
Now I think you're just getting very optimistic.
Very optimistic?
I think the Alapin is a super good choice.
Yeah.
But King's Indian attack? We would love to see that.
Okay.
I'm not sure it'll happen.
We'll see. So, all right, we have our predictions on the board. It's time for our result predictions. Game 10, Magnus is up by 3. Your thoughts?
It's been a while since I made this prediction. I'm going to go with a Magnus win. I think he's not going to let go of his lead, and I think he's not going to slow down at all.
I'm going to agree with Robert on this one.
Wow.
I think that Jan knows this is his last moment, his last chance to make a very improbable comeback, but he hasn't been in the best of shape in this match. I think that it's more likely that it will backfire rather than take Magnus out.
Are you sure you guys both aren't agreeing just so this match can end faster and you can get out of here?
No, I want to see Jan win this.
Okay.
I really would love to see an exciting end and a Jan win, although it wouldn't give him huge chances in the match.
Yeah.
It would still make it super exciting because then and there's some precedent for that.
Right.
We spoke about this last night when Vladimir Kramnik lost 3 games to Vishy Anand in the 2008 World Championship match. He did win a game with white and made it tense going into the last 2 rounds. It wasn't sufficient then, but I would love to see that. I really want to see an exciting finish to this match.
We talked about that anecdotally. Obviously, it was Vishy Anand's his first title bout, right? So he was very nervous just because of that one win by Kramnik, even though he was still up by 2 games heading down the stretch. So I am gonna predict what is obvious, the dub for black here. I gotta find. Nope, that's the wrong one. We don't want that. Okay, maybe that is a. So it's an unhappy Magnus to go with a happy Jan in front of us.
You okay? Can't take this guy anywhere.
I'm
going to predict a Ian Nepomniachtchi win, and similar to what you said,
Danny,
Bobby. I mean,
I've got you.
Okay,
no, that's
you got me for later. Okay, you've already got that nice looking merch on. Let's remind everybody they can go to go.chess.com to get themselves some Hess merch. Seriously, the hoodie does look great, and we also got mugs there, as you can see before your very eyes. They are fancy. They are schmancy. Warm drinks just taste better when Robert Hess is smiling at you. Oh, and that just happened. There you go. So go over to go.chess.com/merch. Get yourself some Hess Championship merch, because there is only one Hess Champion, and we got him right here. So, all right, Let's remind everybody also, now that we have voted, it's time for you to go cast your prediction at chess.com. Follow the link being shared by our handy dandy moderator crew right now. Go over to chess.com, click the vote button. It's easy peasy. And we've got a lot of cash prizes on the line. A lot of cash prizes along with daily diamond memberships. Let's remind everybody of just how much. $3K for first place. Lots of money to follow that. And as we said, daily diamonds being given away, not just for all the way up to the 25th place. So make sure you go do that. It's a lot of fun. And make sure you stay right there because this is our last break. When we return, we will be looking at the players at the board, seeing what the kind of hairdos they bring today. I mean, we had a man bun cut off. I mean, who knows what else we could get, right? And we're going to be diving into all that is Game 10. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage, which is presented by Coinbase, will be right back.
Mike Klein here with Chess.com back in the Expo Media Center, and it is yet another win for the champion Magnus Carlsen. He now has 3 wins in 4 games, and the snowball continues. Today was a day we had to break out the notepads for. There were so many moments that had the journalists swiveling their heads. So first of all, Nepomniachtchi entered with his second Sergei Karyakin for the first time. He also had a new haircut. When he got to the board, he switched to 1c4. Then there was this touch move incident that Magnus says was not actually an incident. And by the way, he doesn't like you asking about it. And then, of course, the big news was the blunder where Magnus took the third game by finding the move c6. In fact, what's really interesting is Nepomniachtchi said he didn't even see the move c6 until Magnus played it. It wasn't even in his calculations. He spent the next 20 minutes or so trying to conjure something from his room, from his private break room, that is, and he could come up with nothing. And now his back is really against the wall. Now, he is earning some respect from people at home in the way that he's conducting himself, but this is a bit like that final scene in Tin Cup where Kevin Costner keeps on going for the green and keeps on hitting it in the water. It's not really the way you want to earn respect. Admiration maybe, but he wants to go down as a champion. He wants to go down as a player who's played some good games. Magnus would never admit to feeling sympathy for his opponent. In fact, I asked him that question with that word a few days ago. But you have to get the feeling as a human, as a chess player who's been down that road before, he does feel for his opponent. He doesn't like to win this way, but at the end of the day, he does like to win. Keeping the title is the main thing. He now has evened his lifetime record against Nepomniachtchi at 4 games all, and all that's left is for him to get a couple more points and clinch this thing. We will see how many games the 2021 World Championship ends up going.
No players at the board yet, guys. Currently we have Cornbase versus Fossagro. Fossgaro.
I was just reading the signage.
Yeah.
Every move you made led you here.
Yeah. First of all, bless the broken road that brought us here, Robert.
Nope.
Nope.
It did not bring me straight to you.
Well, Rascal Flats would agree to disagree. But seriously, Robert, can you give us background? Why did they change that? Did you?
You mean every single move led you here? Also, it bleeds over to the next line.
Yeah, but Robert, why
Yeah.
why
What
isn't
happened
the
to the
World
World
Chess
Chess-
Championship gone?
Did you?
Because I don't have an answer here.
Okay, I did it. On behalf of Robert, I protected him and reached out because FIDE was infringing on his right as the branded World Chess Champion. I can't even finish this. They had to go away from the World Chess Championship because of protect our merch store.
So we're now
Maurice is
watching.
here. What?
We're watching the far less prestigious World Chess Championship.
The far less prestigious World Chess Championship rather than the World Chess Championship. But Maurice is there at the table about to welcome the players. I feel like one of these
Ladies
rounds
and gentlemen, I'm Maurice Ashley, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Game 10 of the FIDE World Championship Dubai 2021. The score now stands at 6-3 in favor of the champion, but we have 5 games remaining, so we will see how the events transpire. We're here at this amazing event. Dubai Exhibition Center is the host, and we are at Expo Dubai. If you get a chance to visit, put it on your plans. It is absolutely an amazing place with 190 countries from all around the world showing the best of their home nations. Let's get to the introduction of the players. First up, with the white pieces, from Norway, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And playing with the black pieces, the challenger, from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. We have some special guests with us today. Representing FIDE, the Deputy FIDE President, Bashar Kouatli. And a history maker, the first Emirati female race car driver, Amna Al-Kubaisi. Amna will be making the first move for Magnus. Amna, please. Thank you. And with that, let the game begin.
As predicted, boys, E4 on the board.
And I think he absolutely will not change it. Well, he pressed the clock, so we see, because he didn't want the first move to be D4, which was
Oh, wow.
almost made. Oh, what?
I'm surprised by that. No Sicilian.
Huh. Okay. So after knight f3, will he go to knight c6, or will he stick with his pre-match preparation?
There's no way he can play the Petrov here. Because
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the Petrov, you can play these queen e2, trade queens, and there's no way.
There's a million ways to make a draw in the Petrov.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay. Well,
I feel like e45 white has a million draws in general, million ways in general to make a draw, because you can always play the 4 knights.
Right.
And this is basically a forced draw. Like black, to avoid a forced draw on the 4 knights, has to play terrible moves. So e45 as a winning attempt is just not an attempt. I think Jan is saying he doesn't. Maybe he's thinking later on Magnus will play for a win, he'll get chances, or he's just saying I'll try in the remaining games to play for a win if you make a draw here.
He has lost 2 games in a row. You never want to castle queenside. And on top of that, I think that he believes perhaps with the white pieces, he can actually play more combative chess. It is very difficult playing for a win from move 1 with the black pieces. And Magnus thinking here, I feel like he's very surprised that the Petrov happened because he thought that Jan would try to play for a win. And I really think he can just take the pawn e5 like he has been and play his queen to e2 once black's knight eventually takes an e4, force the queens off the board, and just make a draw.
Yeah, that's one very good way of making a draw. The other thing you can do is also just play the exchange French. It looks like this is a Petrov. How do you get to a French? If white plays knight takes e5.
Here we go. Knight takes e5.
d6, knight to f3, knight takes e4. We saw d4 in one game, but if white plays d3 first, knight f6, d4, black will at some moment play d5, and we have an exchange French.
The most exciting structure in chess.
This is, like, there's still ways to get a fight. It's a board full of pieces, but white is a tempo up in a symmetrical position, and if white really wants to play it safe, there are numerous ways to. So
I see chat shouting out for the Stafford Gambit. Let's not underestimate that Jan plays knight c6 here.
There is zero chance. I have to say this. The Stafford Gambit is bad. I know Eric Rosen fans are going to be upset with me, but the Stafford Gambit objectively is very bad.
Well, objectively, it's terrible. In fact, can we set up a Hess versus Rosen match where
No,
you
thank
get to play the white side of the Stafford Gambit?
I'm good. It is a comically bad opening, but it works if your opponent doesn't know it. So when players are newer, it can pan out, but the Stafford Gambit is just bad.
a better gambit is instead of d6 to play d5. Knight c6 is just a terrible move.
Right.
But d5 is not as terrible. It's a bad move. It's just not a terrible move. And so if you want to play a gambit in the Petrov for whatever reason, there's better gambits to play, but go for whatever this is called, d5. I think Jobava played it a few times.
Well, you heard it here, chat. Clip it and ship it. The Stafford Gambit is not good.
I think people hate me now.
It's okay. I'll back you up on this one, Robert.
All right.
Appreciate that, Bobby. So what I was saying is when the knight drops back to f3, which is
inevitable. Well, okay.
Well,
there are two other options here.
Knight to d3 is also a super safe line.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just show knight to d3 for a second because it is kind of fun. Knight takes e4, queen e2, queen to e7, knight to f4, threatening to win.
By the way, knight d3 is on the board.
Yeah, he played this before against me in the last match.
Yeah.
Knight to f4. This is a super safe line for white. Knight c6, the best move. Knight to d5, knight to d4.
This is so much fun. I remember the first time Robert and I saw this in 2018, like it was yesterday. We were, for a moment, being like, what is going on here? Very excited. And then,
yeah, this is a fun line, but queen c4, I just want to show this move. It actually wins, if not for one move, which is knight to c3.
Nice.
You rarely see this in the opening or in chess in general. Knight takes e7. It's a check, so and that's checkmate. It's the most fun that you could possibly have in this line. It's very reliant.
Maybe in any Petrov.
Yeah, very reliant on Magnus blundering mate in 2, which is unlikely.
Well, we're actually seeing a repeat of Game 6 from the 2018 World Chess Championship between Carlsen and Caruana. Nice to have Fabiano with us. Again, if you didn't know it, we're going to give a shout out later. All you got to do is solve a video lesson from Fabiano Caruana's video lesson, because we went over this game, me and Bobby.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that later, but we actually went over this game. Had a lot of fun diving into it.
Yeah, it was one of my proudest games, except for the hiccup at the end, but as an overall game, I was quite proud to create chances to win from a slightly worse position against Magnus. And okay, I guess Jan will probably play knight c6 because it is the best move, and black accepts a very slightly worse position if he makes another move like dealing with the knight d5 threat by c6 or knight f6. White gets a moderately, a tiny edge.
Just d3 or knight c3.
Yeah, you can play knight c3, I guess. But white is a tiny bit better. Also, after knight c6, white, like in the game that we played, knight c6, knight d5, knight to d4, knight takes e7, knight takes e2, knight to d5, knight to d4, and knight to a3. And yeah, it's, White has a bit better development, let's say, which is the reason for his very, very minuscule edge. It's a safe choice. Although, was this how Wang Hao lost to Jan in the candidates? I forget the exact opening, but I know it was a Petrov, and I think it was his knight d3 line. And I don't remember if it was this exact position or something similar, but it was, I think it was this line that Jan, it was one of the crucial games for him clinching the candidates win and qualifying for this match. Yeah, but it wasn't due to the opening.
Right, I was about to say, it was definitely not because the opening, that was later mistakes by Wang Hao. And in this game, the knight went back to f6 rather than the knight coming into d4. So we see that the queens can be traded at any moment. It is a good little mini lesson in tension because when one side captures the opponent's queen, that will develop the bishop. So White is waiting for Black to take on e2, and Black is waiting for White to take on e7. And the only way to avoid a queen trade is if White puts a bishop on e3, let's say, which runs into other problems, but that's avoiding the queen trade. And it's not every day you see queens in front of the bishops like this because it does sort of stop your development from both sides. But Magnus just needs a draw. He has his pawn more advanced in the center with his pawn on d4. So he can protect that pawn by pushing his pawn to c3. He can trade queens, and he can claim a small space advantage for now. And if he were interested in playing for a win, he could try to figure out how to do it. There's so many pieces remaining. But because a draw is satisfactory for him, he doesn't really need to look too hard.
Yeah, I think c3 is a very likely move to see. Magnus won't play bishop to e3 here, mostly because it's a very awkward move. Runs into even g5 stuff at some point. Black might be happy to gain some central, well, some space, let's say. So c3 is very likely. The thing about this line, these queen e2 lines where we get a trade of queens, is that although they seem like the most boring lines in chess, I think at least in my games they've led to some of my most interesting games. Against Kramnik in the candidates, it wasn't exactly this line, but it was a queen e2 line with the knight on f3 instead of f4.
Also a game we reviewed in the video lesson series.
And against Magnus in the match, also I think, like from a chess content and the length of the game and what was at stake, it was one of my most interesting games. And also against Wesley So from the candidates, he played this stuff, and we got a very sharp game, which also ended in a draw. So, draws are likely in chess, but sometimes they get exciting. I don't think that this game will necessarily peter out into a dull position. There's still a lot of tension left. It's a bit unusual to put this knight on c6, because after White plays c3, we mentioned this with the knight on b6 or b3, it gets blunted by the pawn because it has nowhere to go. It doesn't like to be in front of pawns. It would like that c pawn to be able to move forward potentially. And it can't go to a5. Knights on the rim don't do anything. It can't go any other square besides backwards, which it might someday go d8, e6 to venture to a better square, or maybe e7. It'll use that square to go to g6. But for the moment, that knight really has no, it doesn't exert any influence on the position.
Magnus has indeed played c3 for the record, it seems. No, he is not. I'm sorry.
No, he's sitting and thinking.
He's still thinking. I thought I had seen c3 on the board. Oh, and we see Magnus reaching forward.
Did he say adjust in the empty square? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he said adjust there. Can we get a camera check on whether Magnus said adjust there, please? That would be really appreciated. We got your back, Magnus. Well, there it goes again.
I don't believe he touched a piece.
Can we get a zoom in on whether Magnus touched the c pawn there? He was clearly removing dust, but did he touch the pawn?
If you touch a square, you have to move a piece to that square.
That is what the DGT board would tell you. In fact, if you press hard enough on the DGT board,
a new piece will appear.
A new piece will appear. It's magic.
In this case, it seems he wanted to use a c3 square.
He's obviously looking at the c3 square, or he wouldn't have touched it.
It's definitely a possibility. I wonder, bishop to e3 is a very ambitious move, but under the circumstances, why would Magnus play a move that takes some risk as well? You know, then white wants to play knight c3 long castle. On the other hand, black does have some sharp options. Knight to g4 doesn't seem to be one because knight d5, but g5, white's knight will have to go back to d3, and then it looks like some sort of mess. I don't know.
I mean, he might. I mean, if he's feeling that Jan, you know, not up for the fight, and Magnus doesn't agree, he might play bishop e3, but that could also be exactly what Jan needs to somehow get a chance at a win with black. Obviously, we know that the odds are difficult, but I didn't get all dressed in black for nothing, okay? Bringing home a dub today for the black pieces is the goal.
You know, dressing all in black is usually for like a funeral, so.
Ouch. Ouch. That could be the case too.
Could be the funeral of Magnus's game. In this one game.
Let's keep it going. Keep it going. We all the references we can make here.
But Danny, something that you mentioned yesterday, which is extremely true, is that Magnus searches the position.
Yep.
Even if he can just make a draw without any effort, he's going to continue looking for the objective best move.
Right.
And if he believes that bishop e3, there's something about the position with the queens on the board that white can actually take advantage of black's piece placement, he'll do that.
Yep.
Because he may be happy with the draw. There's no reason he has to force it if he can play for more safely.
Right.
And I think Fabiano's point is well taken, that black can play a g5 move, and now you have to calculate, is this a bit risky for white? And if he determines it's not, then playing bishop e3, knight c3, castling queenside, and so on, it's a very logical way to play.
Yep. It would be interesting if we saw that, right? What would you say from a match strategy, right? Obviously, you know, you've played in a world championship match, but this is a different dynamic with a player of 3 games. But what would you have been advised by your seconds in a position like this?
I mean, for me, it would be a pretty easy decision, especially because Jan is playing quickly, and I don't want to. I play bishop e3, he plays g5 quickly, knight d3, knight d5, something like that, and I'm left thinking, well, I didn't really sign up for this. I don't want to be playing against my opponent's preparation in a complicated position where, where he might gain the bishop pair, and then we have 3 results to play for. I'd rather play c3 here, and we'll trade queens. I'll develop my pieces very naturally, knight to a3, f3, king f2, the normal development, and I'm a tiny bit better with white. It's unlikely to lead to a win, let's say, but we play a game and I'm up 3 points in the match. Why do I need to play like this game is a decisive one?
Well, you say you wouldn't have signed up for bishop e3 and g5, but you didn't sign up for a lot of things that you're doing these days.
Well, some things I did sign up for, surprisingly. And then I asked myself, why did I do this?
Not just the bedtime stories, but waking up every day at 3 a.m., right?
Yeah, it's at some point you get used to it.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
I woke up today, honestly, a little bit, just kind of used to it. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't get used to telling bedtime stories to 2 grown men.
Oh man, well, we're having a great time. Speaking of things that Fabi might not be used to, I'm gonna jump ahead here and remind everybody that we've now mentioned 2 of Fabiano's videos from his video lesson series that he did on Chess.com, and this is your chance to be a part of a private group session with Fabiano. All you have to do is solve at least 1 video lesson from that series. Our moderators can link you to it right now. Then tweet or Instagram proof of having done so with a screenshot that you completed 1 lesson using the hashtag LearnWithFabi. And 10 of you are going to be a part of a private group lesson as we debut our new feature classroom that connects coaches and students in real time with video integration directly in the browser. We're pretty excited to roll this thing out. Fabiano's going to help us do so, and 10 of you will get to be a part of that session with him. And so you mentioned the victory over Kronmik from the candidates. That was the first video we did in that series. You mentioned game 6. Obviously, we reviewed that game as well. I think it was the third video, because we also did game 1 against Magnus.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was an awesome video series worthy checking out, regardless of the fact that you just might win a chance for that exclusive event. So, all right, we don't have a move on the board in this exclusive event. Magnus taking his time, and Robert, maybe you're right. Maybe he's thinking, well, you know what? I came here to play chess. If there's one person who we would not put that past, right? Despite a 3-game lead in the World Championship, it would be Magnus Carlsen.
And if he deems the position good, why not? And we can look at a line with bishop e3. So if we just show the consequence of that move, because Fabiano's move G5 really feels like the play to mix things up, to complicate matters. And something to note is that the queen on E7 is pinned to the king on E8. So if you do move the knight to D3 and black plays knight to D5, white can go bishop takes G5. Now you have to start thinking what happens in the queen trades, knight takes D4 coming, right? We see the evaluation.
I don't even know what to do here. I'm so scared of the eval
First take on E2.
Take on E2, take on D4, and the point I was going to make is that while white has the better pawn structure with 2 pawn islands, black is better because the piece activity, the pawn on C2 is loose, the open G file is nice for the rook to come to next to hit the G2 pawn. So all of a sudden black's pieces are just performing well and white's in trouble.
Yep.
So I'm totally with Fabiano that seeing G5, knight D5, you just start calculating these possibilities. You note that the pawn on G5 is hanging, but it's clear that you should not take that pawn because black's pieces are just too happy to meet that decision.
How did you spot that idea? So, sorry. I was going to say, how did you spot this idea so quickly? Have you seen this idea in prep?
G5 is very common.
Okay, that's why, sorry.
Especially in the endgame. Less so maybe in the middle game. But a very harmonious development would be, if black were given many moves, would be to play H6, bishop G7, short castle, bishop F5. And you might think you're running into H4, but black has so many pieces on the king side that after H4, G4, and that bishop on F5 is beautiful. The bishop on G7 is a great defender. Black has just a very harmonious position.
Okay.
So H6 is one move. I was wondering, after knight to D5, which Robert mentioned, a move which comes to mind, which may be a very anti-positional move, but it still for some reason comes to mind, is the move knight to C3. And the point is, if knight takes E3, F takes E3, I'm really happy that I'm threatening knight D5. Maybe immediately or maybe in the future, but I have that option open. And you can't cover that because bishop E6 loses a piece to D5. So you can't stop that idea. You just have to deal with it once it comes. And if black doesn't take on E3, which probably he shouldn't, and takes on C3, then pawn takes E3. I kept my bishop pair. And although it looks super weird to double the C-pawns like this, if I follow up with G3, bishop G2, rook to B1, I actually put a lot of pressure on that queen side. And D4 is even more secure now that my C3 pawn defends it. So I feel like white has a promising position after knight to C3. Maybe black can play bishop to E6 just to develop quickly, castle long, bishop G7. I'm not sure if, Eval Bar is unhappy with my move, but it looks like a sensible one to me.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, black always has to contend with the possibility of H4 at some moment, just trying to bust open, probably not here, but at some moment trying to bust open the king side and force black to make a weakening of his pawn structure.
Okay. It's interesting. And again, even more interesting perhaps that Magnus is really deliberating on this decision, right? He's not sure whether he wants to have this thing peter out. I mean, again, queen takes C7, as we said, even C3, keeping the tension alive of the queen trade. Both maintain probably just a safe and comfortable edge. But as Fabiano said, just because you get to the endgame doesn't mean the position isn't rich. So he's like, look, if we're going to have a rich game, maybe I do want the piece on the board.
I'm liking bishop E3.
You're loving it.
Yeah, but the thing is, black doesn't have to play G5. And then in that case, you're like, well, I could have traded the queens and made my life easy. Now I have to continue thinking about how this game will continue. And bishop E3, a natural move. It's not a risky decision in any manner. But I think what Magnus is really trying to work out here is there a safety net? Like if I play bishop E3, can I eventually make my life easy? Or because so many pieces remain, are things going to heat up? And now I actually have to really calculate, worry about some of Jan's ideas and chances, and not worry in the sense that he's scared of the position, but a draw gets him a half point closer to the World Championship. He needs 7.5 points. He currently leads 6-3. 3 draws or winning the draw, that's all. So if he draws this game, it's very likely he'll score 2 more draws.
You know what a draw doesn't get him?
A W?
Unlimited Chess Kid.
Oh.
Shout out to the fact that if we have a decisive game, we've had 3 of them. Chesskid.com is once again unlocked. Premium for everyone around the world. And I know Magnus is thinking about that. He's thinking, I got to unlock chesskid.com right now. I got to play bishop E3 because those kids need their unlimited access to puzzles and videos. And if one man has got to do it, Magnus thinking, he's gotten us three unlimited Chess Kid days. Maybe he'll do it again.
For the kids, Magnus.
For the kids, Magnus. For the kids.
He does seem to really be deliberate about this, though. And I get it. Like, it is an interesting moment here because he has the lead. He knows he's in good shape. And at some point, you just want to play chess. You don't want to think, oh, I can just come here and make a draw. You want to calculate. Like, that's what he signed up to do. It's what he has made his whole career doing. So, Fabi, if you had to guess, is he going to play bishop e3?
The more he thinks about it, the more I'm leaning towards that's what his heart wants. And he might also know that knight to c6 is an unusual move, and that might make him think that he can punish this move. The only way to punish it is by avoiding a trade of queens with bishop e3. If you play c3, it's a fine move, but you're certainly not saying that knight c6 was a bad move or anything, because black can trade the queens again on e2, just like he could have done last move, and the knight on c6 might not be the best place, but it doesn't change the position dramatically. So the more he thinks, the more I feel like he's not going on autopilot. He's thinking, he's calculating lines after bishop e3, and he's looking at g5 for sure. And he's also looking at moves like bishop to f5, or g6 even, if black plays a bit more conservatively. But in fact, I think black has to play g5, because let's say you play bishop to e3, and black plays g6. After white plays knight c3, how do you stop knight to d5? I just don't see a way to do it. Bishop g7 loses to knight f to d5. Because
queen can't guard c7 and discovered checks at the same time.
Maybe after queen d7 you don't lose immediately, but it's kind of a miracle that you don't. It really looks like you are borderline losing.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
somehow it's not a good position, but black doesn't lose on his spot. That's the best thing that can be said about his position.
It's actually unbelievable.
It's fascinating. I'm sitting here like, what?
You allow a discovered check and just king f8 is your response. And I won't say all is well in the world, but you haven't been checkmated, you haven't lost any material, and the game continues.
Yeah, the problem for black is that if white at some point just castles long and starts storming the pawns up the board, maybe first bishop h6, or it's hard to say if you want to trade those bishops or not, but even just castle long and then just pushing that h pawn forward, because black will have to castle on the king side, which invites a minority attack. It's not the end of the world for black. It doesn't look like a good position either.
Yeah. Okay, well, again, Carlsen on the clock. Still really thinking this one through. It's a big moment in regards to probably the general direction of the game, whether Carlsen plays for the end game. And again, not to say that those positions won't give us a little bit of a fight. And as you've said yourself, some of your richest games have come from these early queen trades in the Petrov. But at the same time, obviously we know we're getting a more likely draw on the board if the queens are off than bishop e3.
Bishop e3 has one huge advantage. It's one of those, you say you can't make everyone happy. Bishop e3 makes everyone happy.
Yeah.
It makes all of us happy. It makes Jan happy because suddenly...
makes the kids happy.
It certainly makes all the chess-playing kids around the world happy to see bishop e3. And it also tells Jan, well, now we're going to have a fight, so you also get a chance to play for a win, which is what you want in this game. So, and Magnus is happy because he made the move. So there we go.
Wow. Danny?
Well, it sounds like bishop e3 wins for everyone.
Yeah, you really rubbed off.
What is going on here? Fabiano, the content king here. Yeah. You're right. Bishop e3 has a lot of advantages, Fabiano. You sold me. And I would not be unhappy if we saw it. And the more we think, it's one of those funny things. The longer Magnus is on the clock, I think the more likely we are to see bishop e3. At a certain point, you've invested so much time into an idea that the practical decision is to commit to it.
Although chess players have to be good at saying, I know I've spent a lot of time calculating this, but if it's not the right decision, then you don't go for it.
Yeah.
And I made that mistake when I was pretty young. I was playing Grandmaster John Fedorowicz, and I spent like 45 minutes to an hour on a tactical decision that I kind of calculated wasn't going to work out. But because I spent so much time as a teenager, I'm like, no, I have to go for it.
Right.
And then I lost the game.
Right.
So you have to be objective, even if you spent an hour on a move.
Yeah.
You say, this is not going to work out for me. Let's go with the safer option. And, well, he goes C3.
Right on cue, he goes for C3 as if Robert knew that his story about the game versus John Fedorowicz would be relevant. Who knew? Shout out to Fed by the way. Who knew a reference to John Fedorowicz would ever be appropriate on any show? Fedorowicz for the win.
The story that Robert mentioned is actually one of the most typical, I think, mistakes among chess players, because we've all been in that position where we see an attractive line. We think for 20 minutes or 15 minutes or even an hour, depending on how long you like to sit and think at the board. And then we find out after spending all that time that it's not a very good option. But at that point, we're sort of committed because we feel like, well, we haven't spent time on other options, and now what are we going to do? Spend 15 minutes looking at another move and keep burning time? Instead, most people just stick with their option, even if they think it might not be a very good one, or they're not sure if it's a good one. It's even difficult to say if that's a mistake, because sometimes, going with a move which you've spent so much time on, where you've seen the variations after and you know what you're doing, is better than wasting all that time entirely.
Although, not necessarily to play devil's advocate, but just to add yet another point to this discussion, Gregory Kaidanov, who I worked with many times in whether it was U.S. chess schools or some private lesson opportunities, as you shared, Fabi, has been known to give some unique assignments that was Danya shared that. Naroditsky shared that about Kaidanov gave him an assignment after one of the U.S. chess schools that he had to sacrifice in exchange in his next tournament. No matter what, he's been known to give unique assignments like that. But one of the things he pointed out is that also a very common way a player blunders, and I'm curious of your thoughts on this, Fabi, is you spend a lot of time on a move, ultimately realize it's not the right move, and then look at another move and quickly say, oh, that looks pretty good, and play it.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of precedent for that too.
Yeah.
That's a very common one. It goes basically to the other side of the coin, which is you reject your initial idea, but you don't want to waste more time.
Exactly.
Because you're worried you're getting in time trouble. So just the next move that your eye sees, the next move that looks even moderately attractive to you, you just fixate on, and you don't even blunder check it. There was a game, I think it was in the 2007 World Championship. It was, I think, Vishy Anand against Peter Svidler.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was 2007 or 2005. And
we'll forgive you on that.
And Svidler spent all his time, he spoke about this moment, all his time on one move, rejected it, chose another move, instant blunder, losing the game. So we see that at the very top level, even at the World Championship level. An easy mistake to make, a psychological mistake, and one that anyone can make.
Well, an emotional mistake, Kaidanov would say, because he talks a lot about how chess is psychology. And if you ever have done chess with Kaidanov, he's basically like a chess therapist. Anyway, he's very good at describing the emotional impact you have as negative at the end of the line. And the human response is to instantly find something that feels positive and to basically attach, even more feelings to that process than you should, rather than remaining objective. And so his part of the advice of it in the end was talking about never even going down the road of becoming emotionally committed to an idea to begin with. And so even if you have to work hard to calculate a line, properly recognizing what other options are, always coming from an unbiased place of considering your opponent's moves last in variations allows you to remain a little more objective. Robert, I see you nodding along. But it's an interesting thing to talk about if we're talking about the psychology that goes into how and why people make blunders, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at chess and decision-making in chess from a psychological point of view.
Yeah.
Because most people just think about chess in terms of, well, this is the right move and this is the best response.
Right.
And they look at their games as, I made a mistake here, but they don't think about, why did you make a mistake here? Not just from a purely chess perspective, I missed this move, but why did my decision-making lead me to that move, and why did I spend this amount of time in this position?
Yep.
And if I'd spent more time, I would have, considered his options and found the refutation, things like that. Or why was I unhappy in this position and it led me to a quick collapse? Or why was I happy and over-optimistic and that caused me to miss my opponent's counterplay? Things like that, they always come from a place of personal psychology because everyone has different, even Levon alluded to this yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday,
He said that we come back to the same mistakes, and he was talking about the same sort of chess pattern mistakes.
Right.
Like being prone to missing
a move like c6.
A move like c6, an anti-positional move, purely on paper, but one which traps your piece in your opponent's camp. So we're all prone to that, and we could look at it as a chess, as a sort of deficiency in our chess skills, or we could look at it as a psychological problem that we face in particular positions. So that's a personal thing for everyone. You always have to come to your own conclusions. What's good for me isn't good for you, and so on.
Well, that's why the advice I often give players who are trying to improve is that when they analyze their games, even having a notebook and writing your thoughts, being descriptive is very important, because you will be able to better understand why you're making decisions. Anybody can flip on an engine and see what they should have done. That doesn't help you figure it out for your own next game. Because when you're just blunder checking and you're just saying, oh, I played badly, you might have actually played a good game even if you had 5 mistakes. And you might have played a bad game if you only had 2 mistakes, because those mistakes, even if you've made fewer of them, can be more consequential. So I think we often defer to like these quick numbers as heuristics, like, oh, I made 3 blunders, or I did this and I didn't find that move, without trying to dig deep and figure out the why. And that's always the essential thing to try to get to the root of. So that's, like I said, having a notebook where you just write your thoughts and analysis. Like, I was considering this variation. Why is that the first variation you consider? And the psychology of chess is very interesting, but it also, not just interesting in a way that you want to discuss, it really does help you become a better player when you're able to say, I keep wanting to go for the attack. And I take for granted my own king safe. Or I'm actually super nervous about my king, and so I don't take the initiative when I should. So these questions, I mean, they're numerous in chess, and they have to be assessed and reassessed constantly, because as chess players, we're kind of always evolving. Even if we think we're playing the same openings, we're doing this, different circumstances require different trains of thought. And so just being able to kind of question ourselves is really important.
Fascinating stuff from these two guys. The discussions on chess psychology could continue for a very long time. I have several things I want to add to it, but I feel like we should just get back to the game here for now. Yeah, chess thinking and the psychology that goes into this stuff is about as deep as the plot lines of the latest TMNT. Am I right? Have you seen some of the new animated TMNT? Twists and turns, bro. It's deep.
Well, I miss James Avery as the voice of Shredder, so R.I.P. Uncle Phil.
R.I.P. Uncle Phil. Here we go.
Why are you laughing?
Just sorry, that was such a great reference. No, R.I.P. Uncle Phil. Sorry, that was really inappropriate. All right, here we go.
Now I'm laughing.
Since we dove down that deep dark forest that is chess psychology, we've seen c3 on the board. d5 was played very quickly. Watching in the corner of our eye, we saw Jan return to the board and do what he's done many times. Make a very quick move here. Knight to d2, and then knight to d8. Obviously, Nepomniachtchi has about a 25-minute advantage on the clock, so suggested that he's very comfortable here. It's hard not to be. It's a pretty simple position. But knight d8 has a very clear idea, I think, to put a piece on e6 in addition to freeing the c6 square. So it might be now or never to trade queens.
Well, it's hard to say, because even after a knight lands on e6, we may still see a trade of queens. Let's say, if white plays knight to b3, or knight to f3 is also a good illustration. Black plays knight to e6, which I don't even think really helps him, because what are you going to do with that knight on e6 besides trade on f4 at some point? So if white makes another move, g3, for example, at some point black's going to take on f4. I don't think that keeping that tension forever benefits black. And we still see a trade of queens. I mean, if you play bishop e6, you're just doing your opponent a favor by allowing white to develop more naturally, while you're going to be stuck with these awkward pieces, queen on e7, or even
there might have been queen b5.
No, just bishop g2 and short castle. I think, you don't have to be set also on long castling, because if black castle is long, and he's certainly showing his intention to, then white benefits from the opposite side castling and a potential pawn storm, because white is the one who has a safer king. Bishop on g2 is a good defender, more development, faster development. Knight to e5 coming as just an active piece to potentially come into c6 in some long down the road variations. So I think black is the one who's going to trade on e2, and then he will play knight e6 after, and c6, and try to trade off some pieces. We are looking at a potentially somewhat sterile position. But, 2 rounds ago, we also saw a position that was potentially very sterile, and we still saw a decisive result from that. So sterile doesn't always mean a draw.
And I think something important to note in some of the positions we've been looking at, if black is going to try to complicate matters and castle queenside, that knight went to d8, that's eventually going to e6, you're moving pieces away from that side of the board, which on one hand means that pawns can't hit your pieces and force them away with tempo, but on the other, your king won't be as well defended. So as Fabiano was highlighting in the position where white fianchettoed and castle kingside, white's king had 3 minor pieces right around that king, keeping it safe, whereas black's king didn't really have any pieces over there, which means that white can just launch pieces forward and start an attack.
Yeah, not that guy.
Yeah, in this exact position, right? Look at the position. No black pieces are around that king, and white sort of has a free hand to go for an attack. But the point about when you do a piece there, h6, g5, that g5 move comes with tempo, even though it's not the end of the world. That's what can happen if your pieces are on a side of the board. Pawns can move forward, and you gain tempo in the process.
Yeah, I feel like Jan is still in his preparation. This is probably his general preparation for the match and for the Petrov. So if Magnus had played bishop e3, it's not like it would have caught Jan by surprise, and it might have led to a position where Jan keeps moving quickly. Magnus doesn't know the position quite as intimately, naturally, because he's probably, he hasn't prepared this line to the same level that Jan has, and that might be an unpleasant situation for him. So c3 was possibly a more practical choice, especially under the circumstances, where you don't, with white, ever want to think, I might lose this game, because then it puts all these thoughts in your head. If you lose this game, that, oh my God, will I mess this up? We've all had thoughts like that where we've had such a good tournament, everything's going right, but there's still that lingering thought in the back of your mind that I lose a game and it creates a snowball effect, and this is the one thing I don't want to mess up. It'll be so terrible. I have this in the bag. You don't want to stumble at the last minute, right at the mark.
Stumble at the finish line.
And something that Magnus himself talked about before the match even began, right? That if Jan is the first to lose, he may lose several, and we've seen that happen. But if Jan starts winning, and now he's confident, and he's able to play his best chess, that's also scary, because we know Jan can go on serious winning streaks. And losing a position like this would be really bad for Team Magnus, because look at the position. He can trade queens. And not that that means it's an immediate draw, but it takes the sting out of the position. There's nothing that black can do, at least immediately, to create cause for concern. And so if I'm Magnus, you don't have to trade queens. As we've been highlighting, knight e6 isn't exactly a threat. I mean, the knight on e6 actually blocks the rest of black's development, so at some point you're looking at a knight trade. But Magnus can just trade queens if he wants. I like the line that you were showing, though, Fabiano, where you really don't have to trade. Just keep your development going, because leaving the queens on the board is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
You played. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the knight on d2 really does have a big choice here, which is to go to f3. But I think b3 is also an option, because in this position, the main focus is probably going to be on the queen side. The king side is really, there's not much happening there. The queen side, there are some potential knight jumps, knight to c5. So one of white's typical ideas is, in the endgame, after the queens are traded, to play a4, a5, to almost create a semi-outpost on c5. And if black plays a6, you create a potentially weak pawn on b7. A knight might jump to c5. And if black takes on c5, suddenly white has the 2 bishops. If he doesn't take on c5, we have a knight which is sort of outposted, similarly to the one which Jan had, I forget exactly which game it was, with the knight on f5, supported by pawns to e4, f3, g4, h5. Was it game 5? Yeah, game 5. So,
although, as we see, knight f3 was played by Magnus. The big decision of the pony to come to the king side, and a very, very quick queen trade and development of the bishop to d6 by the Russian.
Yeah, it looks like Jan has equalized pretty comfortably. The reason he played bishop d6, we should point this one out, is if he plays knight to e6 first, and he wants to trade his passive d8 knight for the active f4 knight, is now white takes, and bishop to f4. And it's a very small difference, but the bishop is active on f4 and the bishop is active on d6. Black would rather get his bishop on d6. And where else can that bishop on c1 go besides f4? It has no other very active squares to go to. g5, it gets kicked around, knight e4, and it has to go back. So that's why f4 is a perfect square, and why Jan played bishop to d6 first. He will follow up with knight e6 in due time.
Yeah, and again, playing quickly, showing that regardless of whether we ultimately look back and kind of wonder why we never saw Sicilian, at least in regards to the Petrov, he seems to be well prepared for the different things that Magnus threw at him.
Yeah, no, this a good position for black, very solid, and bishop b6, a good choice by Jan here. Now Magnus has a choice. Do I just castle kingside, which is the move if you were playing bullet chess, you would just castle, not think twice about it. But maybe he wants to castle queenside. There are possibilities where you're trying to get the e file as quickly as possible because that's the only open file. So perhaps having the king on the queen side is better, but where's that bishop on c1 going? You would like to get active with it, but bishop e3 is on the e file, so it's just closing your rooks down. Bishop d2 is staring into your own pawn, so there's no rush to play the move bishop d2 regardless, and so castling kingside does make sense, and knight e6 looks like the logical reply. Both sides will eventually put rooks in the e file, and because it's the only open file, we could see mass exchanges down that line, and that's probably the best road to equality if that's what the player's looking for.
We have reached move 10, which means voting is closed at chess.com/events. If you were looking to be a part of the cash prizes or diamond memberships today, you missed your chance. Show up a little earlier and cast your vote before move 10. But that means that in chat, you can now spam your emotes. Let us know who you're rooting for. Cast your vote for who you think will win the game. Of course, as usual, we will bring you the results later on in the show and let you all know how you predicted today's game. So now's the time. Wherever you're watching, spam those emotes. Let us know who you're rooting for. All right.
I think even though it's a good opening for Jan, it's hard to imagine Magnus losing from this position. So if Jan's goal was to start racking up wins in the match, this isn't an excellent opening to do so. But if his goal is just to stabilize and keep the match going for a bit, and maybe try to take his chances in the next game and
with white
drag it on, which is a legit strategy. In general, when you're down in the match, the best thing to do is to drag it on rather than go into full panic mode. Although it might be so late and so behind the score that pressing the panic button, there's an argument to be made for that too. Should I do this?
You need to press it.
All right.
Press the panic button. There you go. We did it. We pressed the panic button. It's also an easy button. If like it's easy to beat Magnus with black, right?
Wait, show us how it's used? So that's 20 gifted subs, right? Because 1, 2.
Oh, that's 20 gifted subs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how this works, right?
All right, so let's give 20 subs to the community real quick.
That's why I was encouraging you to press it, because
Bobby, why isn't this mug on a coaster? Don't you respect our wood table?
I didn't put the mug there.
Well, you looks like you.
So it's someone else who doesn't respect wood, and to be honest, Danny, maybe it's you. I don't know if I want to do commentary with someone who doesn't respect wood.
Why am I here? What did I do to deserve this?
Oh man, we've done it. Bobbiano.
You've ruined him.
Is officially a part of the team commentary cringe. Welcome to the big show, Bobby. By the way, get your Hess merch mugs. Can we get a close up on this?
No, let's not.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, let's not.
Get your Hess merch mug today.
Is that what you do with mugs?
I usually drink out of them, but there's no liquid in this. Although coffee just arrived. In a minute, we're going to get our coffee.
That's my mug on your mug, and stop putting it near your mug.
The references are so good. By the way, we really do need coasters if we're going to put. I'm very protective over the wood.
We get it.
We get it? There they are. There they are. And boom. What were you doing? Okay. Castles has been played. We have a move. We have liftoff, and we are going to have a great show today. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We've been calling all morning. Thank you for finally picking up. Rekorovka. Rekorovka. That means castles kingside. That's what we got.
So the sides are going to be fighting for the open e-file.
Yes, sir.
The knight will almost certainly come to e6. And some of the decisions will be relatively forced, but trades aren't required. Like, even if the knight comes to e6, white has an argument for retreating the knight to d3, for example, because the e5 square is where you'd like to jump to. And something to note in this specific position without queens on the board is that the moves f3 and f6, while there are knights on the square right now, if a knight lands on e4 or e5, white can move their knight and then push the pawn to f3 to kick a knight out of the square. So unlike when queen's on the board, you really don't want to make that kind of move. It's more plausible in a situation like this.
Interesting, bishop d3. That means he's not keeping the remaneuver of the knight to the e5 square available if knight e6 was to be played. Bobby, I see you leaning in here, putting on that.
I think it's likely because the knight on e6 is a very awkward-looking piece. So although he can trade on e6, it's also likely that after knight e6, he simply plays knight to e2. And he just likes that development of the bishop on d3, knight on e2, which looks relatively harmonious. The knight on e2 will probably not jump to g3 because there's knight to f4.
Yeah.
But black's knight is super restricted. It doesn't have anywhere to go to, and more importantly, it gets in the way of some of black's pieces, specifically the c8 bishop.
But what about c5? Is that part of the plan next?
Yeah, I was thinking about c5, but I think white is happy to take on c5. And then if let's say knight takes c5, drop the bishop back to c2.
And we've got this guy.
And you have a firmly blockaded, isolated d-pawn. It's not a decisive advantage by any means, but it is a weakness, and white can continue with bishop e3, one rook to d1, maybe bishop to b3 if that square opens up. Or, you know, it's generally a good idea to trade the bishop that's the opposite color of the isolated pawn, because then black will be left with a bishop on the color of its pawn. So if white plays bishop to f4 here, if let's say black plays h6 or some generic move, bishop to f4, bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, now you have a d4 square which is firmly in white's control, because black's light squared bishop cannot control that square.
Yeah.
It's forced to wait to defend passively on e6. White has a clear advantage here. So I think that Jan would not go for c5 pretty much at any moment, although it is sometimes an idea. It's actually what I went for in the similar structures against Magnus in Game 6 when we played this.
That's why I was thinking of it, because I was there when we recorded that video, and so okay, obviously you know gave a really instructive example of the drawbacks of the isolated pawn, but at some point it is something to consider.
Yeah, but in this particular position, it's playing to lose more than it's playing to win.
Yeah.
Because if queens are on the board, you often get activity around an isolated pawn.
Yeah.
And in endgames, an isolated pawn is often really bad because the knights blockade the square in front of it, which is Aaron Nimzovich being very proud that people have learned from my system. And when you have an isolated pawn, you have open files for rooks on the adjacent files. So black would have a semi-open C file and a fully open E file. But you don't have the same punch without the queens on the board. There's no attack that you can launch, and then you're left with a structural deficiency, and that is that IQ piece. So I think C5, in another world, maybe Jan would say, okay, I'll fight, let's go for C5. Here it would just get him in trouble. So I think he's going to continue his natural development. He can bring his knight out to E6. He can bring his bishop out to G4 first, if it were black's turn. And then all of a sudden, you're actually creating threats to double white's pawn. So the move H3 seems very logical for white, just to stop the bishop from coming to G4. And then it looks like he made his move rook to E1. He's just trading pieces. And here come the trades.
I like the move that you mentioned, H3. It looked like it kept a bit more tension in the position, waiting for knight E6 to play knight E2. But you know, maybe now, Jan's idea is knight E6, knight E2, C5. Now is the time, because you cannot tactically capture. Well, no, in case of H3.
Okay,
specifically, because the knight on E2 would be hanging. Knight E6, knight E2, C5. Now this idea gains in strength because white simply can't take that. Well, I guess you can and play bishop B5, but it's a lot more awkward.
Yeah, you don't want to trade the light square bishops if you're white. So bishop B5, bishop D7, this kind of position is one where at least you got rid of your passive light square bishop, even though white remains better, because the isolated pawn, still an issue.
Yeah, in general, isolated pawns are, especially in endgames, they're great for activity, and that's great in the middle game. They're great to post up a piece on E4 and create an attack, because you have this spatial advantage caused by the somewhat more advanced D pawn compared to white's C3 pawn. In an endgame, there is no attack, so you don't have all of those potential advantages.
Sorry, it was funny. We saw the reason it said that is because initially the GGT board said rook E3 for black, because he slid the rook up the board. Anyway, that was funny. But no, rook takes E1 was the move, and white will take back.
Yeah, knight takes E1. Maybe now we'll see knight to E6. And we may see a just full-scale trade of a ton of pieces. We may see knight to E2, a bit more of an ambitious move, but if white takes on E6, it's really hard to imagine either side making much of this position because it's just all the pieces are coming off.
Yeah.
And yeah, white is still a bit more comfortable, the tiniest bit after knight c2 because the knight on c2 is maybe a little bit better than the knight on f6. It might have a bit more flexibility, although it's even difficult to say why the knight is better there.
I was going to say.
It feels a bit better. I don't know if that's a good description of it, but
Feels good to you, it feels good to me, Fob.
I guess in part because we're anticipating f3 being a move, and then knight on f6 now loses its forward hops. So yeah, there are endgames like this where white plays f3, g4, claims some space on the king side, and then keeps going h4, king f2, and so on. And that actually is an ambitious way to play, but probably not going to happen here. Although one thing, actually, instead of knight c2, there are times where you bring your knight to g2 and play bishop f4. Like that's the exact type of thing. So let's say f3, and like c6, just some kind of random move which isn't advised. And play g4 instead of g3. So you gain space, and then you play knight g2, bishop f4, king f2. Trade bishops on f4, and then you just say I have my pawns advance, and that's at least a small benefit of white's position, even though it's not that much.
Wishful thinking, apparently, though, because as knight e6 was offered, Magnus trades immediately.
Well, we may see this. f3 here is a very decent-looking move. And I think Robert articulated perfectly what I wasn't able to in terms of the knights. The knight on f6 gets a bit blunted by the pawn on f3. And the knight on e1, although it looks like, well, e1 is not a good square, it will perform a useful function if it gets to g2, because the trade of bishops will mean that we've spoken about this in the previous game where Magnus had white, which he won, where if we trade bishops and white is left with a light square bishop against black's light square bishop, let's say h6 here, bishop f4, bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, white has a slight but a solid advantage, which is unlikely to be neutralized soon because, well, we see that the d4 against d5 pawns, that d5, c6, b7 chain is potentially a weakness. And it also restricts black's bishop. While white's chain cannot be attacked by bishop, it's not a weakness. So, and also due to the expansion on the king side, helped in part by white's more active bishop, white can continue king f2, h4, maybe g5, and white can actually play on both sides. So there's a small advantage here to be played for.
A nagging advantage, if you will. I think we should rename it to a magging advantage, because it's the combination of combining the words Magnus and nagging. Magging.
Is that what you're doing there?
Magging. See, if you remove the C from both Hess and Championship, you get.
I don't get it, Danny.
G3 played. For the record, that was my first instinct. Maybe it's the same idea, just a little bit slower.
Yeah, and black's gonna bring the rook to e8, and the bishops will get traded on f4. But part of the reason why we were starting to like that position for white was because of the expansion. Here, actually, the light squares are hard to take advantage of for black, but white, I guess, later would like to play f3, g4 anyway, so I thought you could just do it initially. But it's clear to me that Magnus is just happy to trade off the pieces and try to split the point.
Take it slow.
I think that he may continue with f3 and then king f2 and knight g2 and take it a bit more slowly. So we may see a very similar type of plan. The pawn being on g3 rather than g4 doesn't change a whole lot because the pawn can always go there later. If black tries to, let's say instead of knight g2, f3, because it feels a bit more flexible, knight g2 potentially runs into bishop g4. If black tries to stop this expansion with h5, then we actually see a structure very similar to the previous game.
Game 8.
Yeah, to game 8, where let's say after knight to g2, and if white trades the dark square bishops, bishop to f4, and then later on plays h4, h5 is fixed as a weakness because, again, black's light squared bishop, it can't defend it in this case, but white's light squared bishop can potentially attack it sometime down the road.
It's funny, the tone, obviously these are a little bit different positions, Robert, but the tone is a little different here because we were talking about a position kind of like this in game 8. It was different, but really pointing out that because we knew Magnus still wanted to win games, he was going to nag this advantage as long as he could. In this game, it's kind of the same thing, right? White does have this nagging advantage, but because we know he's playing with even more of a full house, if you will, right? I mean, even a draw is successful. The tone is really difficult for black.
Yeah, and this is actually a very Karpovian position.
Yeah.
When you look like you're just moving pieces around, just kind of aimlessly, and then you get this end game where you
Yeah.
can press, and the other side just has to sort of sit there and make decent moves, but doesn't have a clear plan because of the strength of the bishop on d3 relative to the bishop on e6. And that's why this idea of pushing the g pawn, going knight g2, bishop f4, it was one of the first ones that came to mind, because the bishop on d6 is obviously better than the bishop on c1, which hasn't developed. So if we can trade off black's superior bishop, that's going to be a good thing. And now, all right, the position is still very solid for black, but there are some of these long-term potentials for white. And that's why we talk about positions instead of saying, oh, it's 0.1 better for white, which is like pretty much level game.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean? But when players are thinking about the game, they're thinking about the potential of the position. What is the future that they can envision for their pieces? And I see no way that black can play for a win in this position, like nothing. But you can see how white can incrementally improve the position with ideas that we've been discussing revolving around bishop f4, pawn f3 and king f2, and just improving the positions. It may be minimal, it may not be the most exciting thing to do, but that's actually how players like Magnus Carlsen win games. And I mentioned Karpov. Karpov was unbelievable at doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, well, this position looks like nothing. And then 8 moves later, wow, actually, this is a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Add another 5 moves in. Ooh, wow, I feel like he's pushing me back and I have no plan. Then 10 moves from there, it's like, well, it's winning for Karpov. The guy was unbelievable at that.
Yep.
And so in this game, in this match, maybe it's not the moment for that. But you can't be careless in a position like this thinking it's just going to be a draw no matter what.
Yeah. Agreed, Town. Population us.
Yeah, Jan is still playing quickly, and he has no reason to be concerned. But yeah, he's not playing for a win in this game. After bishop to f4, white is the only one with the tiniest of edges. I think black will take on f4. Knight takes f4. He'll probably play bishop d7, although bishop to g4 is sort of annoying for white. Knight takes bishop g4. This bishop, if it plants itself on f3, you can't really get rid of it so easily, although it doesn't do so much, but it's an annoying piece. It probably allows black to equalize very comfortably. And if king to g2, I want to play g5.
Ooh.
And maybe we can infuse a little bit of life.
What can we do?
We can infuse a little bit of life
Infuse.
into this position, although very little, because after knight to h3, black will probably take this knight at some point. And knight against bishop is, even though it's an unbalanced, sort of material balance, it makes black's task easier, because now white has nothing really to attack. That knight on f6 is a perfect defender of basically anything that white might have a target of. And black can continue, maybe even with some expansion on the king side. Of course, this position is very, very close to equal, pretty much just exactly equal. The thing is, in these positions, or in these similar types of positions, you very often see the stronger player winning, even with black. And I'm not talking about the difference in level between Magnus and Jan, because they're super close in level. I'm talking about, let's say, 2750 against
someone like me,
against you. Although they look like simple positions, they're not simple.
Right.
And once the problems start, they start to get very difficult.
Right.
So you see this often. The more experienced player knows not to get into that position where the problems start.
Right.
That you need to nip that in the bud, because it also gets emotionally difficult.
Right.
You realize that things are getting out of hand, and it starts to get in your mind that, how am I losing such a simple position?
Right. No.
I even almost saw this at the very top level recently. It was the game between, it was Yu Yangyi, and it was in the Grand Swiss, and
Shirov.
No, it wasn't that game. It was against Yu Yangyi playing Tari, and Tari was white, and it was basically this structure, this type of position. I think it was from a Berlin with Rook E1, where you very often get this. And at first it looked like the game is heading towards a draw, but then very slowly Yu Yangyi started to accumulate small advantages and was super, super close to winning. Tari defended very excellently at the end. He calculated well, and he made a draw pretty much by the skin of his teeth. It was super close. At some point, I was thinking this game is going out of control for him, and he's going to lose. But he held it at the last minute, and it kind of, I felt the danger at some point early on that like it was starting to get the tiniest bit better for black, and very often that tiny edge turns into something more. So it's not going to happen between players of this level, but sometimes a slight edge turns into a very serious edge.
No, you made the jest that I would lose this with both sides because it was a joke.
It was a joke. I know that you would draw this very comfortably.
But I will double down on that in saying I have lost positions similar to this, and I think Robert and I have had a lot of shows where we talk about when there's only one open file on the board, when the structure is actually static. Those are some of the most dangerous positions, a slippery slope, and that precisely because it's not dynamic, because the structure isn't unbalanced, or you don't have that bishop pair versus the knights in a better structure. Once things go wrong, they snowball very fast because the options available to the opponent for counterplay are very limited, right? And so there's a psychological impact there in addition to the technical impact, right? That you can't create counterplay, and it's hard to just buckle down, right, and defend in those situations. And so, frankly, I have lost a lot of positions like this. I remember one very particular game I lost to Wojciech, the Polish grandmaster, RIP. Wojo outplayed me in a position where there was just a very big simplification, and I was like, what is he doing? We're going to a rook ending. And then it was like one open file. He was the first one to get the file. Therefore, the first one to get a rook on the 7th rank. Therefore, the first one to create targets and have the ability to improve his king. And it was like I got this lesson of like, oh my gosh, right? So that is exactly how you can lose games like this.
Yeah, you can never take a position for granted.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a very similar memory. You just reminded me.
Of Wojciech?
Because you mentioned...
Was he also in a bar with Jan Elvest?
This was in the Marshall Chess Club.
Okay.
And I thought this game is a draw. I was young and very inexperienced at the time.
Yeah.
And I thought this game is a draw. I have a fortress. It's a rook endgame. It wasn't a fortress.
It wasn't a fortress.
He slowly ground me down.
Yeah.
And so you just reminded me of a game that I remember from a long time ago.
I promise you my painful memories are more than yours. Go ahead, Rob.
One of the kings of this is Gadakomsky.
Yeah.
I can rattle off games that I remember where people who are lower rated, which is most people in the world, but they think that they're going to play this very solid line and just make a draw with the white pieces. And then next thing you know, he's like inching forward a little bit, creating one weakness that seems like it's not a big deal, and then it's a lasting concern, and then he wins the game.
Yeah.
He honestly played these Chebanenkos in these positions where he had no space. And like, oh, what's going on here? And then next thing he breaks to with e5.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal. White's still better. You have the engine on. White's doing well. But it's about the ideas and the understanding. And Gadakomsky knows those positions better than pretty much anyone.
Yep.
And I think it's a huge mistake. Obviously not at this level in the World Championship between Jan and Magnus, as Fabiano said. I mean, the difference is really sometimes in how they're feeling on a given day. Some blunders that are unexpected. But when there is at least a sizable difference between players, it makes itself actually pretty felt in moments like this, in endgames that seem like, we'll just make a draw in a few moves. No, the players, they want to go. Yep. And Magnus actually, he loves doing that, right? They're positions you think, just going to be a draw. He plays them out. And this one, I think he will be relatively happy to make a draw soon. Didn't have to sweat it all, but he's still calculating, and so is Jan. Because if Jan can find a chance here, which frankly he can't, he would go for it. But the position, only one open file. No one has real control, even though black is the first to the file, because look at the squares. E3, E2, E1, even E4 and E5. All of those are under white's control. So let's say the bishop came to D2 next. You're not getting in anywhere. And that's the only open file on this board.
No, you make a good point. And when there's only one open file, the value goes up, right? Supply and demand. The less there is, the more valuable they are. And it's always a good lesson in these positions. And to bring that whole conversation full circle, equal positions don't mean a draw. They mean whoever plays better wins. And I'm not giving up on the fact that what you said is true, that likely this position should be a draw. I think Jan will maybe play a little more solidly than he did in game 8, right? Less opportunities for a blunder like b5 with the queens off the board. That said, I mean, white's going to do what you said. White's going to play king of 2. White's going to trade the bishop. There is the ideas of both h4 and g4. I don't know that Magnus is just going to put a rook on e1 and trade everything. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's not a 100% drawn position.
Yeah.
In fact, I had a game against Magnus in an online event, and I was playing white, and it was one of those Rook E1 Berlins again. and I was playing carelessly. I thought, yeah, it's a draw no matter what. And then suddenly the position looked really unpleasant. And only because of the tournament situation, he didn't really press it because it was a qualifying event for a knockout stage later on. So it didn't really make much of a difference for either of us, whether this game would be a draw or not. But then I checked the computer after the game, and the computer was like, your position
sucks.
Terrible. Like, I got called out by the computer, and then I realized that I had been super careless to allow him an advantage from a position which started out as equal. So it's very easy for players, at pretty much any level to underestimate these simple-looking positions. There's still plenty of life in them. Knight h5 I like because, well, Jan just wants to do the same thing.
Yeah.
First, he's stopping bishop f4, but if white plays g4, he wants to put the knight on g7. And then he wants to play f6 and say the knight's more harmoniously placed there than on f6.
Yeah, it's interesting how the knights on their natural square in this symmetrical, whatever you call it, Petrov, Berlin, exchange French structure, the knights are just not ideal on their most optically pleasing, or the normal square, we'll call it, right? The knights are often relocating in this manner to both g2 and g7.
Although there's one thing that black really doesn't want to do, and let's say g4 happens.
Okay, we'll bring up the analysis here.
Right, so g4, knight g7, bishop f4, trade on f4. And sometimes you think, well, my knight's on g7, so I can start trying to attack this pawn on g4. And you make moves like f5. And you see this position, and you see the evaluation bar go up, because now you've created huge problems that are lasting for you. Because not only is the knight on f4, even if the knights get traded, that king will come up into the f4 square, like king f2, king g3, king f4. And black has some serious problems here, where white has the space, and the side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, and white controls the pawn breaks here, because h4, h5 is an idea. On the king side, you can advance your pawns on the queen side as well, and clearly the knight on f4 is a well-placed piece, and a king on f4 will also be extremely strong.
And on that note, because of that, if white gets this structure, even with the improvement, Fabi, of the knight, even this, like white's going to play king f2.
Yeah.
White's going to play king g3 maybe, right? And white's going to sit on this position a little bit, at least in the immediate.
Yeah, so as Robert said, don't fix your pawns on the color of your own bishop.
Right.
That's going to leave you with a very restricted, limited bishop. But black has a better way of doing it, a more harmonious way. You can start with various moves, because I think the plan will be the same, which is, let's say you start with f6. I think this is one of the first moves. You can start with king to f2, and now you play c6. You don't really need f6 for this plan. And white makes a move, maybe h4. And then you put the bishop back, possibly on d7. I'm not sure which square is better, d7 or f7, but the idea in both cases is to play knight e6 next. And white will probably not trade off that knight because, well, the more trades, the more likely it is to lead to a simplified position. But yeah, white can keep that knight and continue with maybe
b4 here, you play knight e2 or something.
Yeah, knight back. E2 looks like a good square, followed by a4 and some space gaining.
Yeah, this
stuff
is what
on
I
the
was.
queen side.
Yeah.
This gets somewhat unpleasant for black because he's not able to trade off the pieces, which is what he wants to do. He wants to trade off bishops or knights or rooks, anything. But there is no way to get to white's pieces. f5 square is firmly covered. That's why g4 was important. Otherwise, black would happily play bishop to f5. Black's knight wants to be on d6, but it takes so much time to get there.
Can I just put it there?
These are my favorite types of positions for people who are trying to learn chess, because it seems very innocuous. Like nothing has really happened. There's been no sacrifice, no checkmate attack. And then black is worse in just the last few moves. And we've seen the evaluation bar go in white's favor, and white is clearly better with all the plans. So if you go back to after white won g4 in the sequence here at the start, yeah, right here, like this is like a critical moment. And most people wouldn't even realize it's a critical moment. Myself included sometimes. Like, yeah, anything is fine. I play c6, I don't think about it. But maybe a position like this, you want to play the move g5 because you're kicking the knight out of f4. And if you take on e6, now my knight comes into e6 for black and then maybe into f4. And that's a square that your bishop can't kick me out of. So after g5, this gives black a little bit more freedom for the pieces. But it's so easy to just make a passive move without thinking twice about it. And then that's when strong players, they really flex their chess muscles because you start getting pushed back, they go forward, and then you start feeling really uncomfortable. And when players feel like they're passive and uncomfortable is when they try to lash out in a moment that they shouldn't, and then the position collapses completely.
And that's how Robert Hess flexes his chess commentator muscles. That was a really good point, and just how easy it is to dismiss this Robert too, partly because it's a committal move. That's why you didn't dismiss it, right? If it was easy, you want to play those moves that are just warm and cozy because you can pass the buck for a little bit longer. But actually, G5 would have been like a really critical idea.
I love this G5 move.
Yeah.
And
sorry, I'll do it all again.
Yeah, let's go back to it because G5 is a super instructive and important move.
Robert Hess does that a lot, Fabi, just so you know, if you've ever watched our shows, like he just comes up with these really instructive gems.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And one thing, so when I was a kid, I read 2 books by Jonathan Rosen.
Where the Wild Things Are.
Yes, that's one of them that he wrote.
Yeah.
And the other one is The Little Prince. No, seriously, the books are The 7 Deadly Chess Sins.
Yeah.
And Chess for Zebras, and they helped me a lot when I was a kid because they also delve into psychology of chess.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he said or wrote, which I remember, is to throw out the move. Let's say if you see a bad move, you throw out the move, but you don't throw out the idea. And the reason why it comes to mind here is, let's say white plays knight to e2. Robert mentioned why knight takes e6 isn't a very challenging move because black's knight gets to f4.
Right.
So knight to e2, and now
yeah.
we threw out.
Sorry. So many variations. Go ahead.
So we threw out the move f5 previously because it allowed white to fix the structure with g5, and black was left with a bad bishop. But if you don't throw out the idea, you play f5 here. White no longer has g5. If he takes on f5, that wrecks the structure. Bishop takes f5. Black is suddenly much better, right? Significantly better. And that leaves him with one way to defend that g4 pawn, which is h3. And then black can either keep the tension or can also play f4. And now you notice that black has gained space, has also gotten a good structure on the king side. Maybe that e3 square is a target. I think white still can trade rooks on the e file and go to simplified equality, but black is no longer in any danger here.
I love that comment. Throw out the move, but not the idea. Really instructive because the move may not work in the individual position, but the idea could still be critical. King f2 played by Magnus, by the way, maybe partly because we just went down a lot of these forcing lines of g4, bishop f4, and I think Robert's really instructive g5 shot would have been what the doctor ordered. So instead, Magnus avoids the forcing variations, keeps the tension, baby. Just keep the tension, baby. King of 2, c6.
And another chess book that deals with positions just like this, Mikhail Shereshevsky's Endgame Strategy. Such a good book. It's just positions like this. And you're like, that's what? But this is how you get better at chess, is you keep going into positions, you start thinking, well, what would I do in this moment? And there are like 6 different moves that all look equivalent. Like, okay, I can move my bishop to d2, I can put my pawn in g4, I can play bishop g5 or bishop h6, or all these different moves. I can play a4, b4. But it's about coming up with strategies. And the best players in history, they're able to win games like this, or at the very least, put pressure when most would just shake hands and agree on a draw.
Right.
And I mentioned Capablanca at various points. He was so good at this, where he would just be in a position that looked completely neutral, and then he would outplay his opponents. And yes, he was a world champion. He was a legend of his era, maybe even before his time in many ways in terms of his chess style. But that's what you have to do, is come up with plans in positions like this. And as Fabiano said, you don't give up on ideas. You calculate, they don't work, but you store them in your back pocket for use later or in a different game completely.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And, you and I have done this throughout the years, but specifically now in the last couple of days, we've mentioned both Capablanca and Karpov as 2 guys who we know influenced Magnus Carlsen's chess style, right? He's often said how much he's studied the great games of those who came before him, right, Robert? And we know that thing that Capablanca and Karpov were both known for, their willingness to squeeze for a very small advantage, their ability to outmaneuver where you think there's nothing, kind of thrive in the void of chess, right, in the gray area. It's something that Magnus does so well. And here, again, obviously we don't know where this is headed, and because of the match situation, I think it's very likely that Magnus would be just fine with a peaceful result. That said, we're now getting that type of position you anticipated. And here if g5 comes, The king is 1 square improved, but maybe it's not enough. Let's look at that.
It's a bit of an improvement. I wonder why he didn't start with... Okay, I think the reason he didn't start with h4 to avoid g5 is now black can strike with h5. And if white plays g5, there's no really comfortable way to deal with that. Then the f5 square is black's for the taking.
Yeah.
Knight to f5 or bishop to f5 looks great for black. So that's why he played bishop f4.
But here comes Robert's line of takes, shake and bake.
I think g5 is very likely to be on the board. It looks like the best move.
So what's his idea here? Because f5 might follow. White is up a full tempo compared to that line we saw.
Yeah, he could play knight. It's hard to say where the knight goes. It could go to h3, but then after h6, how do you continue? And black will play f5 next.
Is it possible he could go to e3?
Knight g2, f5, and knight to e3 makes sense. I think in that case, maybe black won't even play f4, because black would like to keep it opened a bit more so that he isn't left with, like pawns which are advanced, they can be helpful, but there's some potential weaknesses on that king side. If white plays h4 and opens up the king side, that bishop on d3 is a really strong piece.
Yeah.
So maybe f takes g4 is also a fine move here.
The one advantage white has, black might switch to the f-file, is that this knight is sort of kept in check, right?
That's the only reason why white is slightly more comfortable here, because if that knight was on f4, well, black is probably better.
Yeah.
But the knight on g7 takes a long time to get there. It's kind of, it gets in the way. If it goes to bishop d7, knight e6, then maybe, knight, bishop to f5 comes. So you don't get there so easily, although white doesn't have any special advantage here. After bishop d7, there's no targets that he has. He can continue to improve his position, rook to e1, but it will likely lead to a trade of rooks and more start to look like an equal position. And g5 is on the board.
Yeah, I think g5 is very necessary if you don't want to have to suffer. Because those other positions where white gets that pawn to h4, black is cramped and doesn't have any real ideas besides fending off what white has in store. So g5, kicking the knight back, f5 can be the move to follow. You can also, in some of these positions, just play f6. And that way black has claimed some space on the king side, so it's not just white going full steam ahead.
Maybe knight takes e6 here.
I was just looking at that because I was going to say, is there a concrete point to the fact that you get rook e1?
Yeah.
And then if the rook moves, you get bishop f5. And then if the knight were to move, you would get the rook to the 7th rank.
And important is that the pawn h7 is hanging, because if you just go back before rook to d8 there, king f8 would be such a logical move defending your rook, but because your pawn's on g5, now you actually drop a pawn, and that's how you get in trouble. So, yeah, here, maybe the knight can just move out of the way from e6 to c7, and if we trade rooks, the knight is coming to d6, where it makes sure that the pawn chain is not in any trouble.
Maybe there's like a...
Yeah, there's f4. I was thinking this might be white's idea, but black can just secure that pawn with h6, rather than taking and allowing to split pawns, which it grabs the pawn momentarily, but king f3, king takes f4, takes the pawn right back. h6, it looks like black plays f6, knight d6. There are no targets anymore. The knight on d6 is a beautiful piece defending everything. So yeah, knight to c7, it would seem fairly safe for black. There is stuff like knight to c7, rook to e5. Although I don't think white should go for this.
No.
Because rook to e5, yeah.
You could even play f6 if you're black, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's just say you take.
Yeah, take, and the knight will come to e6. I don't think this structure offers white. Oh, or maybe king g7 and then slowly f6.
White, it offers white some losing chances.
It certainly offers him losing chances, but probably no winning chances, which is not what he wants. So yeah, knight takes c6 also looks equal. It all starts to look very much like Jan has solved any opening problems he had, but it's not enough for more than a draw because Magnus's position is just so safe and solid, and there's really no real chance that Jan will take over from this position.
Yeah, g5, I mean, just the move that makes sure that you feel good. And Jan is playing well in this game. Of course, he would like to score some victories. He's down 3 points in the match, but you can't just hope for a win and get it when you're playing the black piece against Magnus Carlsen. Well, no matter what color you are against Magnus Carlsen. So I think this is it's a good stabilizing game. And if he's going to fight back, claw back in this match, he'll need to show something with the white pieces in the next one.
All right. Well, we'll see how Magnus chooses to handle this critical moment. Let's remind everybody that right around the corner is Hou Yifan, 4-time women's world champion, is about to join us just on the other side of this break. But first, we have our daily trivia question being brought to you again. Remember, the first few members, I think we give away 2 or 3 one-year diamond memberships every day, who quote tweet the answer to our trivia question, which just so happens to be, I believe, related to the last time people were able to overcome 3-game deficits in World Championship matches. We were discussing this last night in the car, and even Fabi didn't know the answer off the top of his head. Rarely. So anyway, going to be a fun one here. I'm sure some of you are Googling rapidly to be the first to quote tweet and get yourself that 1-year diamond membership. Remember, they're brought to you by Jonathan Corbla, who is also the voice of our daily documentary series. We premiere an episode every day, Chess, a reflection of us. If you've been missing it, it often premieres in the post show. It's an incredible story of the beginning of chess, how it evolved over time and leads us to where we are in the modern age. I think we're right around just after World War II. Al Johan has passed, and there's a lot going on as FIDE is the governing body that still exists today is just forming. So much happening in the chess world in our Chess, a reflection of us documentary. So much happening in Game 10. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break. And as we said, on the other side, we are joined by 4-time women's world champion Hou Yifan, and subs get questions asked. So if you're a sub, prepare some good questions for Fabi and Yifan, and we will get to you just after the break.
Jonathan Corbla here at Expo 2020 in Dubai for the FIDE World Chess Championship. I have a trivia question for you. Large comebacks are extremely rare in World Chess Championships. However, 2 spectacular comebacks came from behind 3 games to claim the World Chess title. Who are these 2 players who were tenaciously able to fight back after being down that huge margin?
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at Chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Welcome back to Game 10 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage brought to you by Coinbase, and it is now bringing you four-time women's world champion, Hou Yifan, who joins us daily at right around this 90-minute mark. Yifan, how you doing today?
Hello, nice to see you again. And yeah, I had a good day.
Great. We've got double sound from Yifan, but we'll continue to roll on here. No, not your problem, Yifan. You're doing great. Don't even stress about it. Yesterday, we obviously had a pretty surprising result, especially given that, like me, you predicted we might have a victory by Jan to keep this thing close, and then Magnus pulled away ultimately to make the lead 3 full games. Your thoughts on where the match stands, I guess, and the opening we see on the board right now for Black.
Well, yeah, you're talking about yesterday. Just to say that I was shocked before. Before I went to sleep, I saw the move c5 from White. So exactly at that moment, so you know, it's kind of already knew the result.
Yeah.
Then today, I guess it's we all know, and it's obvious that what happened here, and also it's all reasonable. And when Nepo chose the Petrov, I mean, probably we more or less already knew the result and also the situation now, right? To be honest, when he lost yesterday's game with white pieces, and especially when we consider the game's progress and also the mistake he made, it shows that simply the second half is not his event.
Yeah. Have you ever been in that situation where you lost one big game, like the game 6 that obviously many people will be talking about? It was a historic victory, the longest ever in World Championship history now. But it's clear that we've had a different player in Ian Nepomniachtchi since then, or at least that seems to be the storyline. Have you ever had a tournament like that where you lost one game and things just got away from you that sticks out in a memorable way?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. If I get a similar situation, what?
Just a situation in a tournament where you lost a big game and you struggled to find yourself psychologically maybe after that, if it just feels like Jan is really reeling still since the previous loss in game 6.
Yeah, I mean, now we could say that he were kind of affected a lot by that loss, which is understandable for sure. But since I think next game he made a draw, which is not a bad decision, to be honest. He didn't really fight hard for a win back, but somehow later on he performed less and less. I mean, I don't know exactly what is a clear reason, and probably this mindset affects his performance, but not the only reason. Probably also that he's feeling exhausted. His physical situation is not as strong as Magnus. So later on, it seems like he's also lacking of this energetic, let's say, power to help him be very, very stable during the games and try to avoid all those huge mistakes. But back to your question, how to adjust, it's hard, to be honest. And for me, I also face similar situations, not very often, but few times. And you just need to tell yourself, like, calm down and forget what happened in the past and just try to play the normal games. So sometimes you just simply cannot, because you will think about, okay, why I performed in this way, and you regret for what happened, which may even influence more the future results.
Yeah.
Yifan, I noticed that Magnus is in general taking a lot of time in this match, and he has traditionally been a very fast player. He usually never got into time trouble, but we've actually seen him take a lot of care and sometimes potentially go into time trouble. What do you feel is a better approach? Do you think it's better to avoid time trouble, or do you think it's better to try to be more accurate and even at the cost of that, sometimes getting into time trouble?
Well, for me, I think I'm also not such a fast player, but also I'm trying to avoid such, let's say, huge time trouble when you are half an hour down like this game, right? But today it's totally different. In general, I felt like
in general, we might have lost Yifan there. We'll continue here in case we get her back.
Well, she mentioned that she likes to take her time a bit more.
Yep.
That's what Magnus has been doing in this match. The polar opposite of Jan in this match. And also, the reason I asked the question is because it struck me that pretty much the entire time that I've played Magnus, from when we started playing, he has been a very quick player. And that's changed recently. And I think that that was a conscious choice on his part.
Yeah, well, I was surprised you asked that question to Yifan. It was a good one. And then I started thinking, I wonder if it's also was a stylistic conscious decision because of who his opponent is, that he wanted to make sure that that's exactly the type of game, the tempo of a battle he would want to avoid with Jan, where they're trying to outblitz each other, or if they're both trying to use the clock as a weapon, Magnus might actually, that might be an area where Jan is actually better than him, right, in regards to that. And so Magnus may be making the critical decision to make sure that he really takes his time in this match to capitalize and not believe any bluffs by Jan, if you will.
Well, if we look at it from a stylistic point of view, it's clear that one style won out. Because although mistakes were made in time trouble, they don't compare to the mistakes that were made by rushing at critical moments. Or by playing quickly at critical moments, let's say.
Yeah.
So it's possible that Magnus has put a lot of thought into this and decided this is the best approach.
It's interesting, and I know we have Yifan back on voice, and I'll just double down on what you said. Magnus has made some mistakes in this match. We just aren't talking about them. I mean, whether it's 95 in game 2, right, which he took a lot of time on and was under time pressure in that game. Whether it was missing this idea of rook c2, right, in the game that he ultimately did win, the historic game 6, right, or even queen b4, right, missing this queen e1 retreat from Jan yesterday, which Magnus just straight up admitted he just blundered this idea, right, and potentially if Jan finds this different approach with f3 and bishop e4 retreat that you and Levon discussed. So I'm just doubling down that Magnus has taken a lot of time. He has made mistakes in time pressure in this match, but as you said, ultimately they've proven to be less critical than the mistakes that Jan made by rushing in certain moments. And here again, in this game, we see a large disparity on the clock. Jan up by more than 40 minutes.
I think the main thing is that, unless Magnus is actually losing on time or running into time trouble that makes him make these mistakes, this time disparity doesn't make a difference. 49 minutes is enough time to figure out this position. Of course, in this game, definitely Magnus has not proven to be, to have any superiority because Jan has played confidently, has a good position. It's been a good game from Jan. It's just that he would have liked a game like this, a few rounds ago, rather than now when it may already be too late.
Yifan, are you with us?
Yeah. Actually, I joined when I heard Daniel say whether Magnus' decision to spend a lot of time during the game, let's say, is a kind of strategy against the player like Nepo, who considered to be a very fast player. I joined that moment. And by the way, that is actually another point I was going to say before my connection were kind of disconnected.
That's great. And I want to go back to something you said about a great question from Chess TV chat from user with Ano. Wants to know whether super GMs hire psychological performance coaches or even physical performance coaches training to be in their top shape heading into a match. And did you hire coaches or trainers, Yifan, during your time obviously competing and winning for women's world championship titles? Did you have performance coaches that were there for psychological or physical performance, not so much the X's and O's?
No, not at all. So all the, let's say, second coaches, helpers, friends, they were having no connection with the two parts you mentioned. Actually, only let's say friends or coaches in chess. So that's all. However, I thought that this would be helpful, especially I think, let's say, in daily trainings, probably the physical coach would be very important, let's say, to talk about some exercise and maybe even nutrition and food. But you do not, from my point of view, probably you do not need to really bring them into the match. Well, of course, if the situation allows, that's good for sure. But for the, let's say, psychologist or maybe someone who knows psychology very well, probably it could be important, especially in nowadays. I mean, when players, they're really playing around the same strength, same level. And as we can see, a lot of, well, not a lot of, but some a bit dramatic moments happen during the match, and probably that affects a lot by those psychological pressures. Probably it will be helpful. And also, I knew that my team, they sometimes would hire or invite psychologists to give some lectures, but that's, first of all, not, let's say, weekly or maybe monthly. And second, it's not specifically for chess players, it's giving some general thoughts. So I think that's the different thing.
It's interesting. What about you, Bobby? Did you have trainers that were there for psychological or physical support?
Yeah, I did for some time. I think it's unusual in chess because most chess players don't have the financial liberty to hire experts who can help them with their performance. There are some who do it, I'm sure. I think Magnus is clearly one who has done everything in his power to improve the most that he can, and that includes psychological, working with sports psychologists closely and working on whatever psychological, imperfections that he has. Everyone has them. I think that that physical trainers is a much more common thing for chess players because since the time of Bobby Fischer, I think that he's the first one who really showed everyone how important physical fitness is in chess. Now it's just taken for granted that when you're playing a long game or a long match in this case, especially in this case, a long intense match, that physical form is super important. We saw Jan talking about, how his physical form improved and how he lost weight and got in shape. And for Magnus, it's always been a big part of his life that he plays a lot of sports and he's in general very fit and doesn't really get tired. He does get tired, of course. He's human and everyone gets tired at some point, but he tries to minimize the tiredness as much as possible because that's where the big mistakes really creep in to your play, is when you just don't have the energy to make decisions. He avoids that as much as possible, as all chess players should. I think chess players should also focus on psychology, but this is still a somewhat ignored aspect among professional chess players.
Fascinating stuff. We have F4 on the board. Speaking of a position that at least is maybe not fascinating, but a little more interesting than the previous deadlock, although it could just be an offer for mass simplification, right? Yifan, your thoughts on what we're about to see here with the F4 pawn advance?
Well, I think it's a good decision trying to clarify the position because we all knew that in a situation, you just need a draw, and if you play too passively, that's not a good signal. So I think Magnus, let's say, controls it very well. Like he decided to clarify the position when he thought it's a chance. And by the way, here it looks like a pretty fair opportunity just to exchange the kingside pawns, right? Because black cannot play fg4. Since hg4, everything will be changed.
Right, so you're not expecting fg4, you're expecting maybe
king to f6,
or
possibly.
just king f6, yeah.
If black wants to keep the tension,
Yeah,
give some
f6.
support to the pawns, that's a good way to do it.
Okay. And white maybe follows suit, building tension, something like king g3.
Or king g3, I'm just worried about the rook to e3 at some point coming.
Yeah.
King to f3 is a way, but black also doesn't attack the pawn, so it's not a necessary move. Right, black doesn't threaten f takes g4 because after h takes g4, the rook opens up and attacks h6. But there's no immediate way to clarify from what I see. So we might, see some slightly passive waiting moves from both sides, some passing moves. But king to f3 certainly comes to mind because maybe it frees up white's knight to go to g3 and to try to clarify things.
I like this idea, but even though it's just a check. I see a check. Potser see check.
I didn't want to
play
say
check.
it. I didn't want to say it, but
You can say it. Hey, we're at that stage
Come on,
now.
h4.
we're comfortable enough.
We're comfortable enough now.
Okay.
You can Yifan, you can make fun of me too. It's okay.
Sorry. I was just curious about the move h4 here, and
Okay.
after g takes f4, then maybe g5.
I like it. Shake,
But
shake.
maybe not necessary. Check, yeah. And knight f4, but I didn't see after bishop f7. So maybe then just...
Even here, it's very drawish, but White is saying, I'm maybe rook to h1. White is saying, yeah, I'm trying to make a draw now, which is a bit sad from his point of view.
Yeah, not enough tactically to justify the pawn sack. I mean, hard to see many ways to continue to justify tension, but we do have another great question from Chess TV chat from Lateralist Zach. Yifan, we've been talking throughout the match about players that we feel either influence Magnus or at times when his style reminds us of great games by Capablanca, great games by Karpov, where he just continues to play positions where it doesn't seem like there's much, yet before you know it, he's outplayed you and got an advantage, and he's famous or infamous for doing this, right? Just absolutely ruthless, looking for every small advantage. And because we've talked about Magnus's appreciation for the world champions before him, a great question from Chess TV chat is, what players influence you? Lateralist Zach wants to know players you admired growing up, maybe some of your heroes, or maybe some great champions of the past that you studied and feel like influenced your style.
Well, so my favorite player is Bobby Fischer. So, how to say? I pick him because not only because of his let's say super skills on chess, especially considering his generation or what he played. His ideas are just, I think, way beyond other players in the similar generations. But also his, let's say, in general, how he deal with things. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that he's doing right things, but I just kind of admire that he just show who he is and showing his, let's say, real ideas. So that is, let's say, that is the reason why I felt that he's a great and also a very unique chess player. But if we're only talking about chess-wise, to be honest, I do not have a clear preference, let's say, who inspired me the most. I found some great games from different players, which I learned a lot. Even some of them were not, let's say, at the strongest level or not that famous, but sometimes you see some old-fashioned games and you found out it's actually very instructive.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we all have to admire Fischer the most. I mean, even if his reign was short, the way he got there, basically almost on his own completely, and his dominance in a short period, but just such an intense dominance over his contemporaries is, I don't think anything has quite been seen like it. Yep. Gary was also super dominant. We can even say that Magnus is dominant, although not quite to the extent I think that that Gary was. But Fischer's kind of meter, can't even say the word. His rise to the top was just so extraordinary that I don't think we'll ever see something quite like that again. And as a player growing up in the United States as a young kid, that was the name you heard the most, Bobby Fischer. He was just always a legend, always will be a legend. And of course, Gary. I remember when I was playing a Scholastic tournament as a kid, a player made an appearance, and I didn't really know much about the past world champions. So I wasn't sure what the big deal was, but it was Anatoly Karpov. And it was a huge deal, of course, that we have these historic players who still make appearances in chess and still play chess, as Karpov still occasionally does go into a tournament and still a very strong player. And I sort of grew up on the Kasparov-Karpov matches, all of them. I mean, just like as a rivalry, just the best. Maybe not even just in chess history, but also in sports history. I think it has a claim to being one of the best rivalries of all time.
Yeah. Makes me wonder what you both think about rivalries in general and whether we're whether we're missing rivalries in the modern era. I don't know that we've ever had a rivalry in chess or in sports, like you said, like Kasparov-Karpov. I think for sure the greatest rivalry in chess history. But it makes me wonder what the top levels of chess might be like today if there was a consistent, let's say, rematch occurring between Carlsen and someone else, right? If there was a rivalry that could build, maybe a rematch between Carlsen and Caruana or something like that. Like, you think that would be good for chess?
I wouldn't complain too much. I'm working on it.
Yifan, what do you think? Do you think that a rivalry between, let's just say a couple of random names I'm thinking of right now, Carlsen and Caruana, would that be good for chess?
Definitely. That would be an amazing thing. And personally, I believe also many chess fans would be very happy to see, let's say, rivalry or maybe a rematch.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, many chess fans are about to be disappointed with how this game is petering out, although an expected result. Maybe for the first game ever, Yifan, you might be with us for the end, depending on how quickly this thing peters out. We've got about 5 more minutes with you here, and who knows? Maybe this be done before then. We're already on move 32, fans, which means we're 8 moves away from the time control being reached, move 40, as if it's needed at this point. But it is good to note that we're getting very close to just an obvious result here with no risk left on the clock or otherwise.
Yeah, this is going towards a draw. I think that, Jan made the decision with FG4. It kind of validates what we thought from the start, which is with his opening choice, the Petrov, that he's not unhappy with the draw. FG4 kind of shows that he just wants this game to be over with.
Yep.
He could have still kept the tension for a bit with King F6, but FG4 is saying, let's go home for today and play the next game, and hopefully he'll be able to really cause problems with White. We said that last time, and it was actually very close to being true, right?
Yeah.
Magnus was under real pressure in the last game. If maybe we had seen, not C5, but F3 and Bishop to E4.
Or earlier, B4 instead of B takes
Or
E3.
B4, yeah, that would have been very sharp and dangerous for Magnus.
Yep.
So there's still hope that the next game, at least this game feels like Jan has pulled himself together. So if he's pulled himself together, then it's possible he can start to play really good chess and put pressure on Magnus.
Well, there will only be 4 chances left to do so, right? So it goes from the improbable task to winning 3 out of 5 to the slightly more improbable expectation that you would win 3 of the next 4 games. But
yeah, I think it's it's 99.99%, but there's still that hope, right?
Yifan, obviously Jan is at the board a lot more today. Partly paraphrasing a question we got from YouTube, whether or not this was a conscious decision. I would say that it's probably just a decision based on the fact that he knows the game is close to being a draw and there's not so much to walk around for. But that said, he is walking around a lot less this game. What do you think about that, Yifan?
He's working. Okay. Actually, I thought that. Wait, are we going to talk about today or the previous days?
Any day you want to talk about.
I think today let's look at his clock and the moves he played, the line he chose. He's just sitting here for a quick game, I guess. So no point that he's still walking around. But I thought that he worked before. I was always thinking that probably it's his personal habits and his thinking. He's considering variations. So therefore, he worked around just trying to use this method to force him concentrated, because I knew that some people, when they sit in front of the board, for a long time, probably, easily you could think about something else apart from this game, apart from the current position. So probably that's, one of the ways he deal with chess, deal with the pressure he faced during the game. But today, of course, he's different. I mean, maybe he came to the game with an expectation for a draw.
Yeah. Levon Aronian was on our show as our first guest in the post show yesterday, and he said that he felt like at this point Jan is ready to resign the match for all practical purposes, that he's just not bringing the fight. Do you think today was a sign of that, or you think he'll give it one more try tomorrow with the white pieces?
No, I think today is kind of the sign for it.
Yeah.
But maybe he'll try. But this try is completely different compared to the try yesterday we saw in the game. I believe yesterday he's putting all his efforts, right? The moves, the preparation, and also the spirit. But today already, you can tell. I mean, tell from his body language. We can see from the camera it's different.
Yeah, I think it's overall this game is a good development for Jan.
Yeah.
Because, well, he understands the match doesn't offer him many chances anymore, if any chances. But at least he is starting to play normal chess and starting to be at the board. And I think that was a conscious decision that he needs to take the tension rather than try to imagine that it's just a normal thing. He needs to realize that this is a World Championship match. He needs to be fully concentrated, and it's not a good idea to be walking around and not fully at the board, not fully there. So at least that it's not going to change the development of the match, but it's still a good thing for him.
Knight G6 played. I started imagining fun little ideas of somehow Knight E5 and Rook F7 and,
Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is a typical Magnus thing that he does, which is that when the game is going to a draw and both players know it, then he starts to play for a win a little bit.
Right.
Even though it's never going to, or not, I shouldn't say never, it almost never will work, and you wouldn't think it would work, and most players would just agree to a draw. At least he makes his opponent suffer a little bit with some small threats like Knight E5, Rook to F7. I think though Knight to E6, Knight to E5, Black can trade rooks on F8 at the very least. I mean, there's really no risk for either player in this position. So
I had to guess this game will go down to, I'm going to make a fun prediction. This game will go down to a single king versus a king and knight for the other side.
I would pretty much bet any amount of money
that that's wrong.
That you would get that wrong.
Okay. Well, what do you want to put on the line?
What odds do you want?
Yifan, what do you think? What should we put on the line that Bobby's wrong about that?
I think Fab is correct.
Okay. Dan against the world. Just like my favorite movie. Shout out to you, Scott Pilgrim.
We could do some, give some subs.
We'll give some subs on it?
If that doesn't happen.
Did we gift our 20 subs earlier when we hit the button twice? I don't remember if we did. We'll make sure we do it.
As they say, it's easier to sacrifice your opponent's pieces.
It's easier to sacrifice your opponent's piece as well. All right, I think we'll figure out what we're going to put on the line after a very quick break. Yifan, we're gonna let you go and quickly get Robert back on set. We might be catching the final result here in a moment, or I'll be right. By the way, Rook F7 threatens mate on D7 for the record. Rook F7 threatens mate on D7 in this position. I just want to say that. Yeah, okay.
The only issue is
Yifan
that
nods. She nods. She agrees.
The only issue is that it's Black's move. Besides that, it's okay.
Small details.
Small details, yeah.
Okay. All right, Yifan. You're awesome. Thanks for being here. Obviously, we'll see you on Friday. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. See you on Friday.
Bye. All right. Well, coming up, we could have the conclusion of Game 10. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a super short break to get Robert back on set. We don't want to miss it. I think I'm going to be right. This game is going to go for a little longer, but we'll see. All I know is I'm going to be wrong with my initial prediction in the dub for Black. I'll take the L on that. But don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship will resume.
Mike Klein here with Chess.com back at Expo 2020. You know, one of the fun things is comparing all of the country pavilions. Down the way, we've got Luxembourg, quite stylish. Right next to me, the UK showing some creativity. And what have we got behind me? It looks like Ukraine. Ukraine is kind of weak.
You say Ukraine is weak? I am from Ukraine. Ukraine is strong. You are weak.
We have a draw.
Is that the first game with no discussion?
I was
at
wondering
all
the
after
same thing.
they didn't discuss the moves at all. Maybe there wasn't much for them to discuss, but I think that's the first time in any of the games.
It might be a team Ian Nepomniachtchi psychological thing. Like, don't talk to Magnus about the game. See him as an opponent, as an adversary, because he needs to beat him. And he was at the board pretty much all game today. No conversation with Magnus, no friendly talk, because they're not at a friendly stage right now.
Yeah, it also could just be a sign that, I mean, not much more to discuss at this point, right? I mean, that's the other way to look at it. I would argue if it took trailing by 3 games to have a slight attitude change in regards to treating Magnus like the adversary he is, the opponent he is, that's a problem.
I see it more as there's probably not too much in this game.
I was going to say, I think there's not much to discuss about the game or the match.
It was a pretty level game.
If there was not much discussed in the game, not much to think about, why was Jan in his chair the whole time?
The fastest way to get to a draw is to move right away.
No, I think that's just a general thing. Like, it's about the psychology that this is a sort of psychological change from Jan, that he's sitting down more just to show concentration, even though the position in this game didn't warrant it from players of this level. They understand, of course, where the game is headed. They pretty much understood it right from the start of the endgame. But yeah, it's just a good sign to be there, to be present.
Okay. I want the game to go on as much as the match to go on as much as anyone, right? And obviously it would take a victory, maybe next game, right? It has to be next game in theory.
Not maybe. It's an absolute must-win from Jan.
Yeah.
He has to win the next game to keep any chances in the match.
Yep. All right. Well, we're going to dive in right now to what was Game 10 in this match with the Coinbase Rapid Recap. Time for us to do what we do, where we review all the things that were on the board in this round, especially for those maybe just tuning in who missed some of our early analysis in the opening and middle game stages. And we start things off with what surprised us a little bit, Robert. No Sicilian, still, knowing the Sicilian and the Najdorf particularly have been a staple of Ian Nepomniachtchi's repertoire, but rather another Petrov.
Yeah, and after the Petrov was played, figured that White would play these queen e2 variations to trade the queens off, because at this stage of the match, Magnus Carlsen doesn't need to take any risks. So by trading the queens off and liquidating early, he said, we'll just make a draw.
He took on e5, and after d6, knight to d3, we had some fun conversation for those who maybe somehow were not watching the World Championship in 2018. The guy directly to my left here had this exact position on the board as black. And after knight f4, in that game, Fabiano played the fun sharp line with knight to c6, because knight d5 can be met by knight d4. And just for kicks and giggles, we'll remind everybody one more time what happens on queen c4. Looks pretty good, forking the pawn on c7 and the queen on e7. But black can sacrifice the queen with a discovered check to checkmate the white king on e1. So there you go. Clip it and ship it if you didn't know about that. Robert and I talked about that for the first time when Fabiano was at the board in London. But today, that was not meant to be, guys. Jan plays the safer idea of just the knight back to f6, Bobby.
Yeah, I think that this was his preparation for the match.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any reason why he rejected knight to c6. Maybe there are some developments there where white keeps a slight pull, and he felt this was a more accurate way to equalize. We were a bit surprised by the opening choice because it did invite Magnus to lines like this where he plays a super safe game.
Yep.
And that is basically what we saw because the trade of queens is not inevitable. Magnus had a chance here to avoid the trade of queens, and we were fascinated by some of the lines there that could get very sharp because black has the option of playing g5 to kick the knight away. One of the disadvantages of this knight is it took a ton of time to move around. It went f3, e5, d3, f4, and d3. So it took those 5 moves just to get to a square which doesn't seem better than f3. It's just a normal square for the knight. So white has wasted a lot of time in development. We would have gotten a sharp game here, but Magnus, understandably under the circumstances, didn't want any part of this, especially when Jan is probably in his preparation, and chose a move we sort of predicted that he would go for the safer option.
Though we did spend a lot of time talking about the psychology of thinking about a move, because Magnus spent more than 20 minutes on the clock here deliberating on the decision not to stay in the sharp middle game. And so for those of you who missed our breakdown of the chess psychology and all the critical thinking that goes in, maybe to avoiding blunders or making blunders, you should definitely back up and check it out. I'm sorry, I have to give a shameless shout out because it was awesome. It was awesome discussion, especially amongst these two, about what goes into a high level thought process. But we had c3, Robert, and then after d5, knight d2, knight d8, I guess it was inevitable that these queens would be traded at some point here.
Yeah, and there's more than meets the eye initially in a position like this. The queens come off, we have pawns on the same files, everything seems level, but the moment you take your eye off the objective calculation is the moment you get in trouble. And as the game continued, Jan did a very good job of making sure that he wouldn't be in any danger. But there was a moment there in a few moves from now where if he wasn't careful, he would have been on the back foot.
Yeah, and we'll show that here as both sides sort of relocated their pieces to the optimal squares, optimal diagonals. I guess we'll show a quick instructive line that Bobby pointed out that if you are in a position, for example, to not have the bishop to d6, there are positions where white can actually get the bishop to f4, which I think is important for this structure to understand that this is really not ideal for black to allow. And so that's why, as Robert said, Jan really showed accurate chess in all the little things he did here.
Yeah, Jan knew the line well, and he played accurately the whole game.
Yep.
He also played quickly, and that shows that he wasn't worried. He knew where the line was going. He has experience in these symmetrical types of positions, and that generally shows for his preparation that he's prepared the Petrov very seriously, and he understands that Magnus might try for some small advantage here. We were thinking about ways that Magnus could get a nagging edge, as you put it, and
a
that
nagging edge.
A nagging edge.
Yep.
And that would put Jan under unpleasant pressure, but Jan played with accuracy. These moves, bishop d6, knight to e6 here, all these moves were extremely precise in terms of neutralizing whatever small edge white may have.
And here you and Robert highlighted some of the instructive things to note about an otherwise static symmetrical structure, that these ideas of maybe f3 and g4 eventually, the knight coming to g2 and a trade of the good bishop for black, getting the dark square bishops off the board, can lead to these, as we're now coining it, magging edges, Magnus and nagging in one word. But either way, Jan really played the accurate move here after rook to e8 and f3, knight h5, which slows down white's idea of trading and kind of returns the favor or repeats the idea, if you will. Right, Robert?
Yeah, because white's idea is to play g4 and bishop f4, and a knight on f6 is dominated by the pawn structure of f3, g4. And also that pawn from g4 can go to g5 with tempo, kicking the knight away from f6. So knight h5 says, I am actually going to fight you on this side of the board, challenge your pawn structure because I don't want to let you expand without any repercussions. And after g4 and the knight retreated to g7, here there was a critical moment after the trade of bishops where black throws in this move g5, because otherwise white gains all the space here, plays h4, and black really can't do anything except for sit and try to parry off white's progress. Here g5 says, I'm going to fight for some space too, and that made Jan's life easier.
And again, if you missed it in real time, Robert Hess really gave a very instructive breakdown, and Bobby doubled down on it with the Rausen reference that you can dismiss the move but not the idea. because sometimes you can play g5 and this can backfire if white can, for example, get control over a square like f5. But in cases where you can get both g5 and f5, it's an idea that is actually often very critical for black in these symmetrical Petrovs to hold the balance and prevent white from expanding the pawn structure. So someone tweeted how much they liked that reference, dismiss the move, not the idea. So I'm just repeating it because it's fun. And because, you know, we might as well learn a thing or two, because that's what Brian Boitano would do in a boring drawn game. All right, here we go. f5 is played, h3, obviously from Magnus's perspective, trading doesn't make a lot of sense.
I just want to point out a small tactic here. Now that you mentioned g takes f5, and we didn't mention it during the game, but now that I notice it, it's sort of important. It's g takes f5, bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, knight takes f5. Visually, this is all very good for black because he has the superior structure. White has a wrecked kingside. But after rook to g1, white is potentially winning a pawn. After h6, white can double down on that pawn with f4, but here black has knight to d6.
Very key.
F takes g5. That pawn seems to be lost, but after knight to e4, black has the fork, the king is under check, and black can capture that pawn. Or in fact, black may have an immediate draw with knight to d2 here, if he wants it. King to f2, knight to e4, because the king can't easily go to another square. So lines like this show why things were holding together tactically, and why Magnus chose a slower approach, just defending the pawn on g4.
Yeah. So because of white's inability to get the bind, we now have a position where black kind of owns the tension in a favorable way, which makes a lot of sense in regards to why the next few moves were Magnus looking to also simplify with rook h1 and f4. Jan here pauses. You pointed out while Yifan was with us that if black really wanted anything a little bit, you maybe could have played king f6, right? Sit on the position a little bit longer. But really, in hindsight, not that surprised we just saw the forcing exchange. Robert.
Yeah, at this point, it's let's make sure that we secure the result. Because sometimes you think, oh, let me play a little longer. And that's how you can get in some trouble. So Jan sees a way forward. He temporarily gave up a pawn. He quickly wins it back. His king is all the way up the board, but there's not enough pieces to deliver any sort of check or checkmate against the king. And so Jan had everything under control, and he earned the draw.
Right here, of course, at the very end, we point out Magnus does often look for little ways to make tricks, but really nothing but a bluff, and the rooks came off the board as badly as I wanted this checkmate on d7. Let's just make a move. Oh, my b-pawn's hanging. Oh, no, my b-pawn. Sorry, I had to do it.
That was a great Eric Rosen impression.
Oh, no, my b-pawn. Oh, no, my queen. You missed the Stafford Gambit reference. Oh, no, Eric's feelings, because we really went after the Stafford Gambit. But all right, as we get to the end there, the rooks did come off the board. Rook f6 check, and we had a draw. So once again, I am wrong, and Fabi was right. How many subs do I owe now? That was the Coinbase Rapid Recap, everybody. Enjoy. But how many subs do I owe for that? That was 20? Another?
I lost track.
Okay. Thank you to our sponsors for bringing us that Rapid Recap. I just gave some more subs to the community. I'm going to make sure that we're gifting those, because if we're not, we're missing the boat. No false promises around here. Unfortunately, there was a false promise that had to be retracted today in a breaking news announcement that just hit the press. The International Chess Federation, known as FIDE, will not be holding the World Rapid and Blitz in Kazakhstan in December. Apparently, the government in Kazakhstan and the Kazakh Chess Federation regret the inconvenience caused by the cancellation, and they have expressed their willingness to hold the event next year. So, obviously, no disrespect meant. Things do happen. I don't know exactly what it was that led to it, other than apparently somebody forgot to, like, hey, did you call the hotel? I thought you were reserving the hotel. Did you not reserve the playing hall? I thought you were.
Well, hopefully this isn't too bad of a situation, because oftentimes at chess tournaments, chess players don't really, most of them make too much money, and they are on the hook for their own expenses.
Yep.
So if they have to cancel flights and things like that and whatever it may be, hopefully the situation is rectified, because that could be pretty tragic.
I was going to go with the positive angle that everyone gets to be home for the holidays, but
some people like to be left home alone.
Oh, Kevin McAllister, we miss you. Okay. Bobby.
Yeah, I think it's...
You were going to go to Kazakhstan.
I was planning on playing. It's unfortunate because it's such a fun event.
Yeah.
And it's also a World Championship. It's the most prestigious event that you can have for Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
And following the World Championship match, everyone wants to see 2 other World Championships. So it's sad that it couldn't happen in December. I hope that they manage to reschedule at some point where, it doesn't conflict with other stuff and people can comfortably play it, and where everyone, can have a happy end to all the inconvenience.
Yeah. Well, obviously, we also all hope for that. I'll just say, as a chess fan and an entertainer for chess, it's one of my favorite events too, right? It leads to some amazing games and content. So definitely unfortunate. Jokes aside, and we'll of course keep you updated if any more news comes our way during our coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship, maybe tomorrow. And of course, you can stay tuned to chess.com/news for any updates, as I'm sure our own Peter Dockers, Mike Klein, our journalist, will be keeping you updated on all the developments regarding the cancellation of the World Rapid and Blitz. So keeping you updated on who is coming up around the corner. Let's remember that the game is over, but our post-show is just getting started. We have, of course, Vidit Gujrathi to join us first and foremost, the super Grandmaster from India. Gordon Hayward, NBA All-Star. Robert and I had a really fun time catching up with Gordon yesterday. I can't wait for you guys to watch that interview that took place yesterday evening. And then we have Jan Ludvighammer joining us once again from Norway to give us the thoughts of all those Norwegian fans out there. Magnus Carlsen has a couple fans in Norway cheering him on. So don't go anywhere. Chess.com's post-game coverage for Game 10 of the FIDE World Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase, and it returns in a few.
Right now. Just a reminder to the reporters, photographers, please stay out of the way of the cameras in the back. And for those asking questions, make sure you leave your mask on and do not touch the microphones at the side of the room. My first question will be for you, Jan. Some speculated that given the fact that you were in the situation you were in the match, that maybe you might play a bit more sharply, if you will, with the black pieces. What was your strategy coming into the game?
No, I mean, the problem that basically playing as black, you don't have such a big choice. And I mean, especially it's classical, even if you play so-called sharp opening, like Sicilian, white wants to shut it down, white surely will shut it down. So that's not realistic. Anyway, I have like a couple of white pieces, a couple of tries in the remaining 4 games, and I mean, of course, it depends on what would I produce in 11th game. But today was just, was just an idea to play a normal game, try not to blunder something in one move. Yeah, so realistic tasks.
You've only got, like you said, 4 games left. With 3 games, you have to catch up for 3 points, a 3-point deficit.
I know.
Your strategy is still heavily trying to win this match?
Well, that's an absurd question.
Okay. You were at the board seemingly a lot more today than usual. What was the reason for that?
I guess the chair is more comfortable than sofa, yeah. But I mean, actually, today's game, yeah, was more or less obvious that it won't, last too long. But wasn't a big difference where to sit.
Magnus, draw, great result for you?
Yeah. At this point, there's so few games to go that any draw is, it's an excellent result.
Your choice of knight d3 in the opening instead of knight f3, what motivated that?
Mainly the prospects of getting the queens off very soon and getting a drive position.
So can I assume that for you now it's just shut it all down and get out of here?
I very much assume he's gonna try and win, especially with the white pieces. But sure, any half point that I can get is great, and I think that's it's pretty obvious.
All right, I'll open the floor to reporters to ask questions. Again, use the mics on the side and be sure not to touch the microphones and always wear your mask, please.
Sagar Shah from Chessbase India. My question is to Magnus. Jan's knight c6 move in the opening, did it surprise you? It's a new move. And why did you opt for c3? And did you think of bishop e3 maybe there as a possibility?
Yeah, for sure. Knight c6 was a bit of a surprising move order to me. And as you said, bishop e3 is a move there. And surely the critical one. But I was just not in the mood. Yeah, I think the match situation sort of explains that. Frankly, I hadn't thought about him playing the Petrov today at all. I was preparing for various sharp openings that he could play, and the thought was if he goes 1e5, then I'll see. I didn't think like making a draw against the Petrov would be a major issue.
Thank you.
Rune from Chess.com. Question to both players. Let's start with Magnus. What was the most interesting moment or moments of the game to you?
Yeah, there wasn't that much to talk about. Was fairly happy with the move g3 at some point. I kind of thought I might be getting a very slight edge at that point. And then probably I needed to be a bit more patient later on, since I was kind of hoping that after allowing this g5 to happen, that I could provoke f5, f4, maybe later on, and then start pushing with h4. But it all holds very well together for black. There's nothing. I think if I'd played a little more patiently there, I could have had the tiniest of edges, but naturally would have hunted it for it more diligently if the match situation had been different.
Okay, thank you. And Jan?
Well, I guess it was a huge moment when White didn't go for bishop e3. Okay, you know, bishop. I mean, in the opening, yeah, there's bishop e3, g5, knight g3, or something like this. Yeah, so this would, I know, spice things up a little bit. But yeah, maybe g6 was somewhat slow, so I should have played rook e8, knight g2, bishop g4 immediately. Yeah, not to allow this structure. Yeah, with my light square bishop being restricted. But yeah, I guess after g5, f5. So I was sort of concerned about like him playing a4, e5 at first, and only then going for this g4. Yeah, but I mean, okay, after g4, f5, I didn't really see White is going for something realistic. But of course, okay, I needed to be precise, not to blunder, as I used to do before. But yeah, in general, it's, you know, not much, not a lot of excitement today.
Okay, thank you.
I think he was first, really.
Oh, please.
Hans Solbakken from NRK, question to both players. FIDE today decided that Kazakhstan in the Christmas time, the Rapid and Bliss is cancelled for Kazakhstan. They're working with the plan B to arrange it somewhere else. What do you think about that?
Well, I believe with all this, you know, Omicron's pretty, I don't know how to say, it's pretty normal, yeah, at some point that all major sporting events are being closed or postponed, so that's the reality we live in. So, I mean, of course, it's a pity, but as for me, I didn't decide yet if I would love to play in World Rapid and Blitz or skip it this year if it will be held.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Generally, I'm hoping to play if it's still held. Yeah, otherwise it's a pity, but obviously it's not a lot you can do.
Now they're working with another plan.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
Mike Klein with Chess.com. My question is for Magnus. Magnus, you've not been in this situation since 2014, protecting a lead coming down to the wire. You've already explained some of your decisions today. You're normally a very uncompromising player, so did you have to be convinced of this pragmatic approach today, or did you make this decision all on your own?
No, there was some discussion in my team, but I was definitely not pushing for something, yeah, for a different approach, let's say.
Hi, this is Anna Cromling reporting from my channel, Anna Cromling. This is a question for both players. If you could only play e4 or d4 for the rest of your lives, which move of the two would you choose and why? Thank you.
Magnus?
Yeah, it's a little bit different from other questions. Thank you. I would probably go for e4. Seems like there's a little more variety there in both closed and open games, but otherwise, I'm thinking that it's probably enough theory that we have already, and it's difficult enough to get an opening advantage. So to actually be restricted to only one move would be a bit of a nightmare.
Well, I guess 100 years ago or about it, someone, I guess Rouser, told that, okay, White just wins after the first move e4. So quite some something changed since then, but yeah, in general, overall, it feels like E4 is nowadays is more forcing, but at the same time, you know, I would say more fun. So let it be E4.
Okay, thank you.
Chess.com again, I'll also try my hand at a non-topical question for once. If either of you could choose any second in history to be on your current team, that is any player that's ever been alive to be on your current team, who would it be and why? Questions for both players.
Yeah.
I'm pretty satisfied with the team I have.
I'm also very satisfied with the team that I have, but maybe Kramnik in '96. He seemed to be a good second for Gary. Probably pretty annoying, but still very interesting.
Why would he be annoying?
I think that's self-explanatory.
So Magnus, you have always been wanted to be a world champion in classical, rapid, and it's also blitz. So my question to you is, what's your take on World Bullet over the board championship?
That sounds like a nightmare and pretty unrealistic. I think we're just not fast enough, not even close for that to be for that to be realistic. So I think speed chess in general, over the board, it's good to have increment. It makes it better.
Thank you. And I would also like to know Nepo's opinion here.
Sorry, could you please repeat?
What do you think about World Bullet Championship over the board?
Well, if only it would be held, you know, with some wooden pieces, so it would, you know, make some sense. But apart of this, playing bullet online, I would say that there are quite a lot of computer games which require some nice reaction and also very, very interesting. And that's why I normally prefer these games instead of bullet games.
Thank you.
Ole Kristianstrøm, VG Norway. Question for Magnus. Is the title in classical chess more prestigious for you than Rapid and Blitz, or can you compare them?
Yeah, they're comparable in the sense that the classical title is only contested every 2 years, and Rapid and Blitz is at least supposed to be every year. So I think that answers the question. Apart from that, I'm really happy that the effort has been made to organize Rapid and Blitz Championship the last few years, and it's certainly added something special to the calendar, and it's obviously very prestigious as well.
Thank you.
Hans Solbakken, NRK again. Question to Magnus. What activity do you hope Magnus Barstad is preparing for you tomorrow? Paddle, basketball, football? What do you hope for?
Well, I can also choose myself, but I will tell you what my plans are for tonight. They will. I hope to see two all-time greats bust out of their respective competitions, namely Barcelona and Bent Lakewell.
Question along a similar vein from Chess.com for Magnus. You'll forgive me, my memory's not that good. In 2014 in Sochi, there was some discussion of you going around the Formula One track that was in the city. I don't know if that actually happened, but Formula One is also taking place in Abu Dhabi. Do you have any interest in going around that track?
Let's just say I've yet to be convinced about Formula One. I don't see the point. I think it's, it's just not for me.
There are no more questions by the journalists, so I will ask a question that was sent by Twitter at FIDE. You can send your questions to at FIDE, and it may be asked on this show. At 13M5 from Luis Mendesi to Nepo. If given the chance to reset the tournament to start again, I guess they mean the match to start again, what would you have done differently?
I guess I would lose less and win more.
Thank you for that. That concludes the press conference. Tomorrow is a rest day. The next game will be on Friday at 16:30. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
It's Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. Not a whole lot that happened today, but did you give any thought to not playing the Petrov and trying something else?
It was necessary, first and foremost, to play a normal game, like without no blunders, because I believe in general there is somehow no sort of chess advantage from any side. But then the blunder comes. So it was the main plan was not to do something stupid today. And anyway, in the last 4 games, I have at least two white colors. So. Of course, I'll try to push with white in the next game.
Could this be a day where both players got what they want? You stabilized, and yet Magnus inched closer to what he's trying to do, get 7.5 points?
Then it's like 3 points difference. It's basically hard to say who wants what. But clearly, with each game finished, it brings us closer to the conclusion.
Did you go into the day thinking he was going to push? Because that's kind of his natural instinct, is to always try to win everything, even though the match situation did not really dictate that. So were you expecting more of a fight today?
No, I actually, my team was somewhat had different opinions, yeah. But I was quite sure that the game will, follow the scenario we have seen.
Obviously, you're still trying to win the match, but would winning one game give you some amount of success, or is it all still about becoming world champion still at this point?
Well, it's of course it's 1 by 1. So if I manage to win one, then okay. Then when they see what the new situation is, but until that moment, I can't say much.
Thanks as always.
Well, it seems despite some thoughts that maybe the Petrov and a lack of a fight here would hurt Ian, he clearly seems there with his interview given to our own Mike Klein that his team has a strategy, and of course he's going to try to win with white. Any questions suggesting otherwise are ridiculous. But now as we're joined by Vidit Gujrathi, I have to ask you, Vidit, your thoughts on whether those questions are ridiculous, whether you feel that Ian maybe should have tried for more as black here, or do you support his strategy at this stage in the match?
Well, I think after yesterday's game, it's extremely tough for him to come back. I would even say the match is kind of over. But, as a player, I can put myself in his shoes and I can imagine that it's now not about the match for him, It's about his personal pride to show that, he can play well, not just to the world, but to even himself. Because once you have had a bad performance like this, it kind of hurts somewhere deep, and you just want to show the world that you can play well when everybody's just questioning about the blunder and stuff. Yeah. So it's just not about the match anymore. It's just about himself, for him, and just to play one good game and show that, he was a worthy player to reach the World Championship. That's what it is about now for himself.
It's kind of ironic in that obviously you have to win one game, right? There's the old cliche, it's one game at a time, right? So you both you want to win one game for your own pride, and also your only way to stage a comeback is quite literally to win just one game, right? And how much is that mindset important? And having been in maybe his shoes, you're struggling. What have you done historically to get yourself right and to feel like you can get yourself in a mindset of, hey, just win one game and not worry about anything else?
It's very hard to win on demand. I think Fabi recently kind of did that in the US Championship, where he was on -1, I think, and then he staged an epic comeback. So I think he can answer that better. He has gone through that. I feel recently I played one Rapid and Blitz event where I kind of tilted in the Blitz. And for me, I can relate to Nepo. Like, you just feel so humiliated that, this is not the level that I usually play. And you just want to play one good game. Like, that's what you think about. And I think I'm pretty sure he must be just thinking about that. Like, I can show the world that I'm better than this. That's what it is.
Well, Vidit said it. Maybe you know the answer to that. How did you win on command, and what do you believe is the right mindset to win just one game at a time that might help stage a comeback?
yeah, winning on demand is a really tough thing, but it's something that every player faces at some point. They're in a tournament situation where things aren't going well, and they have to win a game. And it puts some pressure on you, but it also puts pressure on your opponent because they know you're in that position where a draw is unacceptable. So you won't let up on the pressure. So there is that duality of it. And I can't say that I'm always good at winning on demand. I think if we're speaking about players who do it very well, Karakin is actually a great example of just, I remember so many mini matches he played, like in the World Cup.
Yeah.
And a great example is his match against Fiedler. Peter will probably hate me for bringing this up again, painful memory, but he was down 2 games in a 4-game match. He lost the first 2 games. This is like everyone's writing you off at that point, right? Pretty much as it's pretty much as bad a situation as Jan is in at the moment. And he won the first game, and then it was 1 game at a time. Then he won the second game. Already that winning the first game puts so much pressure on your opponent because they're thinking, oh my God, am I about to mess this one up again? So it's tough. Actually, Vidit, I had a question for you. When you're in a bad tournament or not playing well, are there any tricks you use to turn it around?
It depends. For example, if it's classical, then for me, it's much easier to recover. But let's say if it's a blitz tournament, you can just have a string of losses and you just don't know why it's happening. But I feel in classical, it's much easier for me, at least personally, because I have more time to recover. There's maybe at least a night's sleep I get, and then that emotion is gone. When that emotion has died down, I feel you're more objective when you come to the board, and that helps me. But in Blitz, it's like, every 10 minutes you're playing and you just are processing the last game, but you already have to play in that emotion. So that doesn't really work well. But yeah, in classical, I just feel getting a good night's sleep. Sometimes even like playing online immediately after having a bad game kind of helps me, because it's like, I can play. That confidence is back. Like, at least I can defeat someone. And then it also fuels me if I have a bad game against someone. If I lose, for me, it's more like, I just want to get back as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So it kind of fuels me for the next round.
Well, Vidit, you were one of the guests who we had early on in our initial coverage from Dubai, and you made some pretty solid predictions. You were prophetic in some ways. I'm going to give you kind of the floor of the chessboard here, and we could pull up any game you want. Are there any games in particular that stuck out for you? Obviously, you know what we've been doing, right? Covering all these games live and talking about the big moments when they happened. But are there any particular moments that you would feel you bring some insight or sound off on a little bit that you felt were really, really critical?
Yeah, I was tweeting heavily for the past couple of matches. Today, I was a little bit, disinterested because the match for me, I feel it's already over. But yeah, if you want to speak about the games which were yesterday and day before yesterday, definitely I have a lot of thoughts on that.
Well, let's just talk about the critical moment then of yesterday. Obviously, there was the blunder with C5, unless you want to give any thoughts on something earlier.
Yeah, I mean, C5 is just so hard to explain. Like, there are some blunders which you just don't know why you made it, right? And I think yesterday in press conference, he said that he always thought that there is knight to C5, which protects the bishop. But, these are in hindsight. Even in hindsight, usually they say vision is 20 out of 20. Mm-hmm. But here, it's still 19 out of 20. You don't know why you played the move C5.
Right.
But I think the opening choice was very interesting. It showed the opening strategy of Magnus. First of all, it's funny that this line with D4 is suggested by the engines after long depth. And it was, I think, kind of all the first line until this knight G4 and all this stuff. He was taking a lot of time, and it was obvious that it is his preparation. Just he could not remember it.
Right.
And one thing I had remarked about the World Championship was whenever Magnus or Nepo play a little bit too quickly, like there was this game 2 where Magnus played bishop e3 and he played rook b1 in game 2 and he gave the c1 bishop. If you can just pull that moment.
Sorry, pulling it up right now. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So rook b1 he played quite instantly, but this was not right. Bishop e3 was the way to kind of keep the tension. And also 2-3 moves ago when he played this knight e5.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were referring to.
That move knight e5 also he played within like 3 minutes of thought. So whenever Magnus was playing a bit too quickly, he was making a mistake. And the same thing for Nepo. In the match, let me remember where it was this Rilo pace, where he missed this chance with c4, if you remember. He could play c4, c5. He played instantly this rook d1, and after that, the advantage is completely gone.
Yep.
Yeah, here he had to figure out that this is very, very important moment, because if he gets bishop e6, he kind of solves a majority of the issues. So here he has to kind of really be very precise to put pressure. And just a second-rate move would not cut it. And he played rook d1, I think, after like 7-8 minutes thought, which for Nepo is long. But still, I feel, he had to be... And he was away from the board. So I don't know actually how much time he really thinks for each move. But yeah, he played this quickly, relatively. And this happened throughout the match, which we can also see in the Petrov game, if you remember, which he lost. He played this king f8 move, which was a bit weird. He could have played queen e7. And he thought, I think, for very little time after queen e1 check. So, yeah, and yesterday he played after a3, ba3, I think in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. But this b4 was so promising. Sometimes it's just about being very, very precise in openings, which he was not able to do, I feel. He was lacking a bit of patience. Here b4. But he played ba3 instantly, and that loses the advantage. Yeah? When you're in must win, especially, I feel he has to be more energetic, which he was lacking throughout the match. So these are my insights, if you can call that.
Vidit, your last insight made me wonder about something, because all of these mistakes are they're making mistakes at critical moments by not spending enough time. But a difficult thing, I think, and probably difficult for everyone, is how do you know when the critical moment is? Is that an intuition thing, or do you have to at every moment pause, thinking maybe this is a critical moment?
That's a good question. I think as a player, we of course develop some intuition. Yeah, we kind of know that we have to be precise here. I think in this particular situation, after a3, he did not consider b4 that seriously. Maybe if he saw it and he would see that, oh, maybe after knight b4, rook b1, the life is not so easy, then he would spend time. But for him, he just thought that, oh, there is no choice, I'll take ba3 instantly. And I also have a theory that Nepo, he is usually a great player in the faster time format, right? And when you're a good player, or like you're used to playing more of this rapid and blitz, you kind of develop this attitude of making like good moves throughout the game, not necessarily the best moves. Like you're not used to trying to find the best moves, but on an average, you will always play within the top 3 choices of engine, more likely to do that. And this kind of comes in between when you're trying to play the classical game. It's a theory, and I feel I've seen a lot of examples of it happening. So it could be that, it kind of impedes, it kind of stops them from thinking for too long, because they're used to, in rapid and blitz, to play faster, to avoid such things.
Well, it's an interesting theory, and obviously kind of echoes some of the commentary we've had throughout the match, and so leads me to a question. Should this have gone differently, right, in the sliding doors of the cosmic universe? If somehow we did reach tie breaks, that theory is precisely why I, for one, thought that Jan might be an interesting challenger for Magnus, because I felt that in the rapid and blitz tiebreaker ahead, he might be, one of the toughest opponents he had ever faced in the at least in the recent memory with Karyakin and Caruana. I felt that Nepo might be a really big challenge there. Do you agree with that? That if that had happened, that he would have been a really tough challenge for Magnus in a rapid tiebreaker?
Of course, I think if he had just won, let's say, the game 2,
yeah,
the match would be completely different. Yeah, then Magnus would be under pressure, and maybe Magnus would make a comeback, maybe not. But it's very hard to say how it would be. But I feel definitely the match would have gone way different than what it is. But I think we can't find the answer to that question in this tournament at least.
But if it had reached tie breaks, what chances do you feel like Jan would have had in a rapid tiebreaker? Maybe it still does.
By my prediction skills.
Maybe it still does reach rapid, right?
No. I think Fabio was ready to bet his house. I heard that on some of the predictions you made. And I think I can do the same here as well.
Really?
I can bet my house.
You're going to bet your house we don't get rapid tiebreaker? Okay, as long as I don't have to put anything on the line, I'll take the bet.
That's a good bet when you don't have to take any risk. No, I think, we shouldn't say too early that there won't be a rapid tiebreak because there are still games to be played. And a rapid tiebreak at this point would probably be the most exciting thing we could possibly see. And probably Jan would be a favorite at this point.
Yeah,
just because of
what that would have meant.
The comeback that he would have to.
Yeah.
But do you know what he has to do? He has to win the white game tomorrow. Then he has to make a draw with the black game because, I feel like it's not easy to win with that game. Then he has to win the next white game on demand and then win the last game with black. That's what he has to do to reach the tiebreak.
So you're saying there's
what
a
are
chance.
the chances of that happening?
So you're saying there's a chance. You would say impossible. I hear I'm possible. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you put it like that, Vidit, it doesn't sound too easy. Sometimes we were speaking about must-wins.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're in a must-win situation and one game is tough with white.
Yeah.
3 games, also pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even harder.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, interesting stuff, and obviously we appreciate the insights. Vidit, have you ordered yourself a Hess Championship mug yet?
I knew this was coming. I was just waiting for when it would be. I would love one. Where can I get it?
Use the command, go to go.chess.com/merch. Go.chess.com.
Okay. Right now I'm
/merch.
Right now I'm checking more of chess.com/insights.
Yeah.
But if you say I should go here, I would do that.
You've been liking your insights. What's the biggest insight you've pulled away from our new feature?
First of all, I loved it that there's so much data.
Yeah.
It was very interesting. But can I give you an answer which you might not like?
I'd love it. Go for it.
100%. Yeah. So the thing is, I was checking my insights and I realized that I make the most amount of mistakes in the night. In my evening and afternoon, I play good. But in the night, I have the most amount of mistakes. So I have a request to you, Danny.
Yes.
Can you please make Title Tuesday earlier so that the Indians cannot play at 2 a.m.?
I knew that.
Like yesterday, I slept at 3 a.m. Please have some pity on us.
I knew
please.
that was coming. And we have considered doubling up on Title Tuesday to have 2 every Tuesday, maybe moving the times around. 10 a.m. Pacific is the best global time zone, all things considered. But I do hear you on that. We've gotten this. You're really putting me on the spot here on camera because people have tweeted this before, and I've kind of said, yeah, we'll do it, and then I don't do it. Let's talk about it off camera. But okay, I hear you. And so I want your insights to say how great you are as much as anybody. So I definitely will.
No, honestly, I love the feature and I was just going through it. But this really stood out. So I had to put you in a difficult situation.
If you're like me, you make the same amount of mistakes all the time. So at least you have a period of the day where you're playing better chess. So, enjoy that. Anyway, Vidit, you're awesome, man. We really, really appreciate it. Let me remind everybody, you can obviously follow the man, Vidit Gujarati, on Twitter. And sometimes see interesting back and forth between him and Anish Giri. I would say this on the record: you are a better follow than Anish Giri.
I'm a better what?
You're
Follow.
a better follow on Twitter.
That's a hot take, Danny.
That's a hot take.
Oh, that means a lot.
That's a hot take.
That means a lot.
Okay.
Thank you. Please somebody quote this and tag
Yeah,
Anish.
we will.
And I
Someone's
want to
gonna
know
do
what
it. Anyway, man, I can't wait. Can't wait to catch up with you again. Although it may not be during the World Chess Championship, but we appreciate you joining us, and thanks for all your takes. And we'll let you enjoy your evening there in India.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Bye
See you,
bye.
buddy. Well, there you had Vidit Gujrathi. Some interesting thoughts there. Again, kind of echoing things we've talked about, right? A little bit that some of the critical moments, Giannis played a little too fast, right?
Yeah, I think you could see that Vidit has analyzed the match.
Yeah.
He's looked through the games and identified the moments he feels are the turning points. Small turning points, but, you know, like he said, if Jan had won that second game, I'm sure we would have seen a completely different match.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have seen a one-sided affair. I'm not saying we would have seen Jan win the match, because also Karakin took a lead at some point against Magnus, and Magnus was able to fight back, but we certainly would have seen a very, very close match. Yeah. So, yeah, those small turning points, like playing c3 or Magnus playing rook b1,
yeah,
those moments a top player like Vidit notices and makes a mental note of.
Yeah. Who knows what it might have brought us, obviously, if game 2 had gone a different direction. But we will always wonder, although we felt then that, like, this is going to come back, right? You don't get an advantage with black against the world champion like that and let it slip. And obviously we didn't drill down on it too much at the time because it was game 2,
yeah,
right? But you know, when you look back at it, what a different world it might have been. We'll see, of course, if Vidit is right, whether the match is over. Maybe Jan wins tomorrow and puts his house on the line a little bit, right? I want to get Vidit a little nervous there about whether he loses his house on this one. So maybe Magnus, you could help that as well tomorrow with Jan. So, all right, we're gonna take a break. We still have plenty more ahead here on our post-game show, and coming up as we return will not only be a reminder of what our daily trivia question was, and again, we will have another one tomorrow. So let's remind everybody that you can quote tweet your answer to win a 1-year Diamond membership. Play along with us daily as we bring you interesting questions. And you can also get Hess merch. Not exactly what I was looking for there. But we again, you can quote tweet your answer. We're about to remind you, of course, what that question was and what the answer is to today's trivia question for those of you who haven't already looked it up and played along with us on the socials of media, as they say. So don't go anywhere. For all the media that is social, we'll return henceforth with, and we will be back with the cool kids. Get me off camera.
Jonathan Corbla here at Expo 2020 in Dubai for the FIDE World Chess Championship. I have a trivia question for you. Large comebacks are extremely rare in World Chess Championships. However, 2 spectacular comebacks came from behind 3 games to claim the World Chess title. Who are these 2 players who were tenaciously able to fight back after being down that huge margin?
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
in case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Jonathan Corblau back again with the answer to our trivia question about World Chess Champion matches. Which two World Chess Champions were able to fight back from a huge 3-game deficit in order to claim their world title? One, Wilhelm Steinitz, and the other, Max Ova.
We are back, having answered the daily trivia question. It's now time to answer the big question on everyone's mind. Who will be our special guest that's brought to us by Grip 6? Remember, you can go to grip6.com/chess and get 25% off. Given that our most special list of guests is usually brought to us by Grip 6, I guess everyone knows the answer to that question. It is Jon Ludvig Hammer, live from Norway. What's up, buddy?
I'm good, Danny. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I didn't even ask that necessarily, but no, I'm kidding. Hammer, how are you, buddy? Seriously, Magnus is about to win his World Championship match. What are your thoughts, and what's the mood right now from the coverage you're bringing the fans in Norway?
Well, Magnus said it at the press conference, right? It's one step closer. Yep. And he may be able to decide the match on Friday already if he manages to win with the black pieces. But I'm not so sure about that. I think the game today was correct from both players. My usual thing is that it's always White's fault when there's a short draw. It's White's responsibility to try and put pressure on the opponent. But given the match situation, Magnus was entirely happy to go for an easy draw. And some of the choices he made in the opening said as much, right? He went for the early queen trade, and he avoided any sort of attempt where Nepomniachtchi could keep some pieces on the board and keep some tension. That being said, I think this was the right choice for Magnus, and I do also think it was the right choice for Ian Nepomniachtchi. I know a lot of people will say that Jan needed to go for broke and he needed to go for the win, but let me give you this scenario. When you're coming off 2 straight losses, and not just losses, just horrendous events, are you then in the psychological state where you're able to go for the win with the black pieces? I think what Jan has done is that he's weighing the probability of winning this game as opposed to winning the next game with the black pieces. So Jan knows he's going to need a win with black, but he also knows that this was not his last attempt with the black pieces. And I think what's gone through his mind is that you first try and get a win with the white pieces. If you succeed, then you have momentum going into your black game, which you then try and win. And your probability of winning the black game coming straight off a white win where you put pressure on the opponent for the first time in the entire championship almost, your probability of succeeding is going to be so much higher than if you just go for it when you're in a distraught mental state. So that's my analysis. I think this is similarly to your break music, the classical tones, which I've really enjoyed. I think there's like this very calm period, and then it starts building up to the weekend. And so I'm looking forward to the weekend. I think it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to see the champion crowned. I don't think it's going to happen on Friday. I think it's going to happen on Saturday. But I do also think that Jan's approach to this game was fun.
First of all, when you said the weekend, I thought you were making a music reference.
Shout out to the weekend, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing. But you were
a big chess fan.
Well, you were talking about Jan's psychology and how he wanted to just make a draw, make sure he stopped the losing streak, and then could play for the win with the white pieces. Magnus went for a deep think today. He could have traded queens. He was in a position where he also could have made this with bishop e3. Did you think that he might play bishop e3 and try to pretty much end the match on the spot, or you expected him, after that long think, to just trade queens and make the draw?
I thought for sure he would go for the draw once Jan played e5. Which is pretty much what Magnus also said at the press conference, that he had only studied all these Sicilian attempts, which is the correct approach, right? You should concentrate your preparation on the stuff you're most afraid of. Magnus was not afraid of the king pawn response from Jan because he knew he would be able to force a draw somehow. No, I think once Jan played e5, the rest of the game was set in stone in some ways, because the only thing in doubt before the game was Jan's desires and interest and state of mind. And when he goes e5, he announces that, okay, I'm going to calm down. I'm going to take the rest day. I'm going to try and shake off my losses, and then I'm going to go into the weekend. But when he goes, so when he makes that decision, I think there was never any doubt that Magnus was going to play it safe, and the game was going to be a draw.
Magnus afraid of anything?
I think Magnus is afraid of a lot of things, but you don't provoke the fair in Magnus until you beat him once. But if you do succeed in shaking his confidence a little by beating him, then Magnus gets very afraid. So I think for now, Magnus has just played too well to lose a game. And as long as he's playing well, as long as he's not losing, then you cannot shake his confidence or his style or, anything.
The correct answer there was actually snakes. Magnus is afraid of snakes. Robert.
Oh. Snakes? Really?
He's just making things up. Do not listen to Danny.
Magnus, you afraid of snakes?
Oh, boy.
Confirmed.
What are the newspapers? What's the storyline in Norway right now? Because, of course, Magnus, for all probabilistically speaking, is that a way I want to say that?
Yeah,
you get the point.
It worked.
It worked. But in all likelihood, he is going to take this match. Are the newspapers saying the match is already over? Are they? What is the vibe in Norway?
I am the newspaper. I am the state, Robert. What I say becomes the opinion of the public because I am such an influential figure. And I have said that the match is over. But I have also said that even though I think the match is over, I think we're in for some excitement still because Jan is going to go so aggressively for the win in these last games of the championship. So I think the tension of the match for the players is still there, of course. For the audience, it feels like, Magnus has already decided it in his favor. But this is when the chess fans can celebrate that the circumstances of the current match score is that we're going to see some exciting chess. And that's always good.
Speaking of exciting chess, both Jan and Magnus were asked by a very young participant at the post-game press conference whether they would ever play in an over-the-board bullet chess event. Magnus said he might consider it if there was increment. Jan said he prefers online bullet chess. Your thoughts on what an over-the-board bullet chess event might bring us?
I think it's surprising that they didn't talk about the very obvious problem with it, which is that the kind of sportsmanship and rules that would be required as relates to dropping pieces out of their square, how you judge that fairly. I think that is the major issue for an over-the-board 1-minute championship.
Makes sense.
I think the internet has an advantage in that sense that it can judge those accidents, or maybe some players would even play dirty on purpose. Those things wouldn't be
possible online,
wouldn't be possible online. So there, I think, I don't know if you know this, Danny, but I am the year 2000 California Junior 1-minute champion.
Holy!
So I have played 1-minute chess over the board, and it was quite the experience. And they had a camera on every single board, so that in case of a conflict, they would rewatch the tape. It seems like it's a lot of trouble to make a tournament that would be very well suited to Chess.com or other online platforms.
There are other online platforms? LOL.
I don't know any, but
I'm the butt of every joke, but on that regard. But no, I obviously agree, and I think you make a lot of really good points. But first of all, the throwback to what were you doing in California in the year 2000 is the first thing I would. Were you like
my
5
family
years
was
old?
living. I was 9, Danny. Thank you very much. And my family was living for a year in Berkeley, California, and so I was. That was actually the first year I was competing in chess.
Wow.
So my start in chess happened in California, And what's amazing about it is that the U.S. Chess Federation, they have an amazing archive of all tournament results. So I can watch online all those tournaments I played when I was 9 years old in the USCF archives.
Wow. Hammer trivia for the win, I guess.
The 2000 Junior California Bullet Champion.
Bullet State.
To be fair, there were only 2 participants, but I beat the other guy.
oh man, trivia. First person to go look up who Hammer played in the year 2000 gets a 1-year diamond membership from me. Right here, I'll push the button, make it happen. Don't say it.
I haven't been able to find the results of the tournament.
Okay, so first person to tell me.
That's a big
This sounds like California
tweet
dreaming.
at both me and Hammer. You see Hammer's Twitter, my Twitter at Daniel Red. Tweet us the answer of who Hammer played, whoever knows it. I'll give you a lifetime diamond membership. There you go. It's on the record. A lifetime diamond membership for the person who finds out who Hammer won the year 2000.
I want to give some tips now. It was like an adult 1-minute California championship, and then they gave prizes among the juniors, and we were only 2 juniors who played. I believe it was organized in Monterey, and I think Walter Brown was one of the participants.
Okay, that's enough clues.
Yeah.
I just put a lifetime diamond membership on the line.
All the clues I know.
Okay.
It's all the clues
tweet
I know.
at us and Hammer will confirm.
Do you even remember who you played?
Do you know who it is? Do you know who you played?
I was 9 years old. I didn't realize chess was going to be a big part of my life. I was rated 1,000. The big hero of my chess club was Daichi Segrist. He was 1350 at that time. And to me, he was just like the biggest genius ever. Having a 1350 rating, I couldn't imagine ever accomplishing something like that.
Oh God! So no one can ever win the lifetime diamond because Hammer doesn't remember who he played.
Yeah, but if someone finds the result somewhere in the archives.
Oh my God! I'm gonna die of laughter, crying here. Oh, Hammer, you're the best. You are the absolute best, man. All right. I don't know.
But this is what it's come to. During a World Chess Championship summary, we've ended up discussing my career as a 1-minute over-the-board player as a 9-year-old.
Well, there could have been worse directions for a conversation between the 3 of us, so I'll take it if you ask me. And I'll always take you joining our shows, Hammer. You're the best, man. This has been great, and who knows whether we're talking to you tomorrow about a defended title officially if Magnus somehow were to get it done with Black. Stranger things have happened, or if it takes a few more days.
Friday, Danny.
Friday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting tomorrow's a rest day. My apologies.
I'm so excited.
I'm a little tired under the lights here. So, Hammer, we'll let you get to your evening there, and thank you again for joining us, and we will see you Friday.
See ya.
That was the absolute best.
The impossible trivia question.
The impossible trivia question. A lifetime diamond membership is on it. So there's somebody who's trying for that. And Hammer will either be able to confirm or not that it's the right answer. So.
And he remembers his idol, right?
Yeah.
The 1350 that he aspired to be.
Yeah.
And in some ways, Hammer's chess career is the American dream.
The American dream, yeah. He learned how to play chess. He won the California Junior Bullet Championship. And the rest is history, right? Now he's a Norwegian Grandmaster on TV. So, all right. Well, that guest was brought to us by Grip 6, and shout out to that because we should probably be immortalizing that conversation. That was amazing. And remember, you can get 25% off your next order, belt, socks, wallets, the whole deal. You can't keep Bitcoin in their wallets, as I learned recently, but you can keep other stuff in their wallets. All right, we're gonna head to a break. On the other side of this, we have Gordon Hayward, who was an awesome conversation. Always a pleasure to catch up with people that are amazing and successful in their own particular fields. Obviously, an NBA All-Star, but also who are following these events. He's been watching our coverage daily and loves chess, and it was great to have a conversation with him on a number of levels. So you're definitely gonna enjoy that. But first, it's time for our next episode of Chess: A Reflection of Us. In this episode, it's time for the Soviet Union to step in and for their dominance to begin. It's obviously an interesting era we live in now with technology having shrunk the world. Our last two world champions, of course, being Magnus Carlsen and Viswanathan Anand, not of Soviet descent or former states of the Soviet Union descent, but they were the first really in many, many years. And so this episode really dives into what was the beginning of what would become, other than a small interruption by that American that people know in the 70s, really a Soviet-dominated world. And so don't do anything but sit there, enjoy this next episode of Chess, a reflection of us, and we'll see you on the other side of the break with the interview with Gordon Hayward.
The game of kings and queens has been many things to many people, from hobby to sport to intellectual stimulation to a status symbol. But the role of chess as a significant cultural influence in the Soviet Union is unprecedented. Never before had a game achieved the stature that chess enjoyed in Soviet society. In the Stalin years, catch up and overtake was a central theme in the Soviet ethos. By the time Mikhail Botvinnik won the 1948 World Chess Championship, the Soviets had done more than catch up to the world's best players. They could overtake them in nearly any match. Botvinnik's first opportunity to defend the world title he won in 1948 came in 1951, in the first match played under the supervision of FIDE. His challenger, David Bronstein, was the first chosen through a new qualifying system based on interzonal and candidates tournaments. This selection method remained in place until 1993. If Bronstein's name sounds familiar, it's because his book, Zurich International Chess Tournament 1953, is widely considered one of the greatest chess books ever written. Grandmaster Bronstein, described by his peers as a creative genius and master of tactics, appeared to be a strong opponent. The men battled game by game, but no one scored a full point in any of the 24 games. The match ended in a 12-12 tie. According to the rules, that's all Botvinnik needed to retain the title of world champion. Botvinnik held on to the title against challenger Vasily Smyslov in the same fashion at the 1954 World Chess Championship in Moscow. Harry Golombek, the author of the book World Chess Championship 1954, classified the style of Smyslov in this manner: rich originality in the openings, imaginative strategy in the middle game, and above all, an immense virtuosity as an endgame player. In this last department, he is probably the strongest player in the world. As for Botvinnik, Golombek writes, other players may have a wider knowledge of the openings. Some few may have an even more impeccable technique, but no one has the equivalent strength of mind and willpower. Again, Botvinnik retained his status as world champion, but Botvinnik and Smyslov's rivalry was only beginning. The 1957 World Chess Championship was a rematch of the 1954 fight against Smyslov. This time, Botvinnik decided not to use a second in the match. A second essentially assists the player by helping prepare openings and studying the opponent's games. The move came after Botvinnik feared that his second had leaked information in the 1954 match against Smyslov. Unwilling to trust anyone else, he went at it alone, but it was a decision that might have cost him. After 22 of 24 games, the score was 12.5 to 9.5 in Smyslov's favor. The margin did not change with 2 draws in the remaining games, and thus, Botvinnik had to hand over the title to Smyslov. FIDE rules at the time allowed Botvinnik a rematch. This time, a year later, he came ready to win. In the third match between these opponents, Botvinnik won the first 3 games. It was an early lead that Smyslov could not overcome. Botvinnik was back on top. Coming up, Soviet domination continues, and A small boy's run-in with a chess hero comes full circle at a World Championship match.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders maiden one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome back, everyone, to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship. We are now joined by a very special guest. NBA All-Star Gordon Hayward steps on the set to talk some chess. And Gordon, first of all, thanks so much for being here, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This is pretty cool to be able to see you guys commentate on the match, and then here I am now talking with you.
Well, that is awesome to hear. So let's dive right into the match. We'll skip the normal formal questions and just say, have you been enjoying the match? We appreciate that you've been watching the show, and what has been your favorite part of the 2021 event so far?
Yeah, it's been really cool to watch. It seems like chess and pop has just increased in popularity, and that's certainly why I've been tuning in more recently. But it's been a lot of stuff kind of goes over my head. But that's why you guys make it so much easier to watch. So I can kind of explain what they're thinking, the moves they're going to make. You know, it's incredible to see that they're probably playing out the whole game for one move. They take such a long time, right, for just one move. But it's been really incredible to watch, and I'm enjoying it.
Has there been anything particularly surprising or noteworthy that you've seen while watching the World Championship?
I don't know about surprising. I think there's sometimes I would say it's surprising when I feel like I'm thinking in my head what I would do, and then either you guys say that's the move that they're going to make, or they end up making that move. That's probably the most surprising thing to me. So I try to just kind of think like, okay, what would I do in this position, you know? And it's really cool to be able to do that and watch it real time.
Well, did you have a favorite coming into the match? Not maybe necessarily to win the match, but a favorite player that you follow, and how closely do you follow top level chess, if at all?
Yeah, you know, I watch a lot of stuff of Hikaru's stuff, so I always root for him. Him being American as well, I think I gotta, you know, root for the nation that I belong to. Obviously, you know, Magnus being who he is, it's kind of fun to see him keep doing, you know, legendary things, and it's always great to see kind of like the GOATs keep going. So I think rooting for him too as well, but I would say rooting for Hikaru more than anyone.
Yeah. Well, we've got Fabiano in studio as well, and he was the last one to challenge. So maybe an American will be back challenging again for the throne in the future. And you'll be like, hey, I watched that guy commentate, and now he's playing. But well, Gordon, you said you got into chess kind of more actively recently. Obviously, there's been a huge popular boom from, you know, we call them the Queen's Gambit crowd, kind of the PogChamps crowd. But tell us a little bit to let the chess fans know, when did you learn to play, and who taught you, and what do you love about the game?
Yeah, so I learned to play when I was a kid. You know, my mom and I would play chess, so I'd probably say that she taught me how to play chess. And then I got away from it probably until pretty much like the pandemic. I wanted to do something. I was playing a lot of video games. I play a lot of video games, and felt like I needed to switch it up. You know, we had so much time on our hands, and I wanted to get back into chess a little bit and feel like, you know, kind of challenge my mind. And so I started doing that really kind of over the pandemic. You know, and then Queen's Gambit came out. I think a lot of people saw that show. That was a cool show for sure. But for me, it started a little bit earlier. And then, you know, the beautiful thing for me about chess and kind of about the technology we have today is there's so much knowledge available for you to watch and learn and read. And so I started watching Levy's videos, Gotham Chess. Like I just mentioned, started watching Hikaru on YouTube, and it became fun, you know, watching them explain openings, theories, and then trying to implement them, you know, into my own games, and seeing myself get better and better. And you know, there's definitely, you know, patches where I drop, you know, 100 or 200 points and just go on a huge losing streak, and then I rise back up in Elo too. So it's just, I think Chess.com too does such a good job of, there's always games available that you can play. You can play on your phone, you can play on the computer. For me, it's something that I enjoy doing kind of before the game to keep my mind sharp, and then after the game to kind of relax my mind and think about something other than basketball too. Yeah. And I generally just play 5-and-5 games, so it's kind of quick games, so they're not taking too long. But you know, it's something that I think is really cool, and so I enjoy doing it.
Do you play with anybody else either on your team or around the league? Because everyone talks about Clay Thompson's a chess player. I know Steven Adams plays. So do you spar with any of them?
I haven't gotten a chance to. A lot of the guys on my team, they see me playing on the bus and on the plane, and they've all challenged me, but none of them actually, signed up for an account and taken on the challenge. So I'm
Right.
open to any and all challenges. I haven't found anyone yet.
What about family and friends? Now that you've gotten into the game, you said obviously your mom taught you. Pandemic kind of threw you back into the world that is chess. But has anybody in your close circle kind of picked it up with you that you spar with? Is it just that, hey, you've got the app and you connect with random people around the world?
Right. I think it's a little bit of both. I have played with my mom a little bit. I've kind of passed her up. So we haven't played in a little while, but played with my dad as well. And then I have a couple good buddies that I play with. We've got intense matches that go back and forth and people accusing other people of cheating and all kinds of stuff like that, which gets fun. But most of the time it's kind of like random people that you connect with. You hop on a game and you're playing from somebody from India or England or wherever, all across the world.
Yep.
And I mean, people compare sports and chess all the time. Do you see any similarities between basketball and chess? And do you think that being a basketball player helps you with your chess? And maybe does chess help you with basketball at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think other than the physical parts, I think there are definitely a lot of similarities. The thinking ahead is extremely critical in chess, as you guys know, but in basketball, you definitely have to do that as well. I think preparing openings, studying different theories, different lines is big in chess. And the same thing can be said for basketball. You have to study your opponent, especially when you're about to play a team. They have pick and roll coverages. What are they going to do? What are they going to do if I show, or if they hedge? What are they going to do if they switch? So you kind of want to have that in the back of your mind as you're going into the game. That's kind of like your preparation. And I think the same thing for chess too, especially for a beginner or somebody like me who doesn't know all that stuff. I have to make sure that I really prepare and go into like a rapid game, and you got to be able to handle that on the fly. And those are, I think, glaring similarities, but certainly I think pressure situations you get into basketball games. There's when you're playing with the time mode, which is the mode that I like to play that the most. You saw these pressure situations in chess too. I mean, the clock's ticking down. You got to try to think of a move, like, what am I going to do here? And basketball, it's the same way. There's situations you get yourself into. There's obviously lots of pressure, and then people are watching, and you got to try to remain calm and poised and make the next best move.
I love that. Robert and I talk a lot about how obviously you watch Hikaru, so you see what it's like when the fastest, quickest thinkers in our game are at their best, right? And when we talk about chess at the highest level, pattern recognition is a key part of it, and patterns that other people don't see. And the way you talked about, reading the defense or how a team might handle a pick and roll or when to switch and when not to. And we always say that in the fastest time controls is kind of when the intuition of a player is revealed, because they don't have a lot of time to figure it out. So whatever patterns are either known or not are going to be what's revealed when the pressure is on. Do you feel that is sort of a similar thing in basketball, that the reason you put in that work in regards to pattern recognition is because when there's less time and the pressure is on, your intuition has to take over. So you're either going to do it right or do it wrong based on how well you know the patterns. Is that a similar sort of theory in basketball there?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think, Kobe Bryant would tell you more than anything, you got to practice as many shots as you can, because when you get in the game, then it's just human nature. You've already done it thousands of times. You made thousands and thousands of shots. You've done this read over and over in practice. Now you're in the game and you just do it automatically. And then, like you said, your intuition comes out, the natural instinct of a player. It definitely surfaces. And that's like I said, that's the mode I like watching the most, is the mode where they're really thinking on the fly. And it's amazing to see them pre-move to, start to know exactly how at the end games when they start going crazy. And the thing I like watching the most is when I watch the top players play against people like my level, and they're able to like pre-move the last 12 moves and win the game. That's the stuff that I think is really good. But yeah, certainly the pattern recognition is obviously extremely important for chess, and you can say the same thing for basketball too.
What's the pre-move comparison to basketball? Like what would we say? Like when a team is just dominating another team, like that would be a funny meme. We got to think of that.
Right.
Like next time you're just like crushing something, you're like, just pre-move that. You just pre-move that crossover.
Right. I think you could say something. I mean, certainly in maybe like alley-oop plays is like a pre-move, like especially when the defense is on. There's certain ways defenses can guard pick and rolls, and you kind of know. I've done it so many times as a pick and roll ball handler. You know how they're going to guard, so you can just like throw it automatically. like, okay, he's going to be up. I'm throwing this to the rim. It's like a pre-move.
Man, I thought that was a total BS statement by me, and you just made that was awesome. I think alley hoop's that's a great comparison to a pre-move.
You know who?
Thank you, man.
You know who's really good at pre-moves would be like Chris Paul. I mean, he's like one of the ultimate. He's like one step ahead of everyone, and so he's somebody that certainly would be capable of pre-moving.
I love that.
Well, I have a sort of random comparison question for you. So if you're following chess, do you know who Alireza Firouzja is? The teenager. He's now the second highest rated player in the world.
I've heard that name. Yes.
So I guess my question is, so some people are like, this is the future world champion. Other people are like, he's not there yet. You have a teammate, LaMelo Ball, who of course is exceptional. What do you think? Like when people make these comparisons or these projections, like, do you have to rein that in for your team, or do you just, let him play and he does his thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think certainly, as somebody, I was never somebody like touted like that, so it's hard to say, I guess, personally, but certainly I would think you wouldn't necessarily want to let that get to your head. Certainly you have to continue to work and, put in all the time and the effort. I think the potential is there though. Certainly for LaMelo, I mean, he's one of the most exciting players in the league. It's fun to play with him. He does see the floor really well too. So he's always a couple steps ahead. But in this game, things happen all the time and you never know, when your moment will be over. And so it's hard to just kind of, I guess, grant people like you were saying, the title, but I think the potential is there. And, I'm hopeful that LaMelo turns into that player because that means the Hornets are going to be winning a lot of games.
I was going to say, does it work the other way when you feel like teams are touting another player or crowning someone in theory before they've earned it, right? Quote unquote, Dr. Evil Fingers, right? Does that fire you up? Because I know in the chess world, there are controversies and little mini rivalries based on moments that happen, right? And you they don't want to give someone their due before they've really earned it. Does it work the other way against someone who's kind of, being touted too highly?
Yeah, it could. I mean, I think whatever motivation fuels you as a player, you got to find that and help that, drive you. And maybe that gives you that extra energy you need for that game. Certainly. Yeah. It's cool to me that a lot of this stuff, and I'm not definitely not as knowledgeable as you guys are, but I've just seen like videos and stuff. It's cool to me that there's rivalries in the chess world and all that kind of stuff. I love to see the action that goes on there.
You're also, we had a couple questions that I wanted to ask you because it's interesting to me. And as someone who's, doing a lot of stuff with chess online, and we've always been thinking about, what we can do with chess to continue to help bring people in, make the game feel more accessible. Don't make it feel like it's impossible for people to understand it, make it relatable. We've designed formats to be much more comparable to esports at times, make them faster and formats that are also team formats. And you're an investor in Tribe Gaming. You're big into esports. What do you think? How do you think chess stacks up to esports in that sort of arena? Given you're a fan of esports in general, and as you see the game online and you see things like what Hikaru does, right, and other people like that, but then you see classical chess and a 6-hour game between Magnus Carlsen and Ian Nepomniachtchi. Just asking someone from the outside looking in here, what do you think about chess as in the online industry as a potential esport in the future?
I think that certainly the time mode where it's less time in the games, I think is for the general public more watchable. I think it's just better because it's faster paced. The only issue when you have these 6-hour, 8-hour games is it's like you're kind of waiting there and you guys start to have a problem. Like, what else are we going to talk about here? We're all waiting for the next one move. And I think it can relate more to sports, traditional sports in general, when you're kind of, when there's a time mode, whatever it is, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, because it's like the game's going on and you can kind of commentate on it and you can kind of figure it out as it's going on, but it's also still kind of fast paced. And then you need the post game report at the end to go back and analyze and explain and say, this is what happened here. This is what the player was seeing. Which happens in sports too. Like you can't just, when you're watching football or basketball, you can't just explain everything that's going on right then, but sometimes there'll be a break and now you can go back and analyze and all that different stuff. So I do think that it's really fun to watch when there is that kind of like blitz type, rapid type chess. And like I said, although sometimes as a general person, you don't know exactly what's going on. When people then go back and then they explain the game, then it makes it really, really cool to see and see to watch.
Well, you mentioned coaching, so I actually have a question about that, because in chess, the coach is very important for these top players. And sometimes they have a coach, it's not working out, they switch and they come back to that coach. And you had that with your college coach, Brad Stevens. So what was that like, having the same coach 10 years later? And what's that experience like as a basketball player?
Yeah, it was weird. It kind of came full circle. When I had Coach Stevens, I was 18 years old. I was just a kid, really naive, didn't really know. Butler was 20 minutes from my house growing up, so didn't really leave home. And he's way more of a like a father figure at such a young age. And then 10 years later, I play for him again, and now I'm a father of my own. And I've changed, he's changed. We're in a different league altogether. I thought it was really cool that we were able to play again and be united again together. And, sometimes the timing of that type of stuff just works out. That's how it happens. And so I was blessed to be able to play for him again. I think Coach Stevens is a tremendous basketball coach, one of the brightest minds. I'm sure, I'm almost positive he's played chess before, and he's probably pretty good at it because preparing, and I've never been around a coach that prepares better than him. And so I didn't realize that chess players, have coaches, and then they can, change coaches and things like that. I guess it does make sense. Do the coaches kind of just help them prepare and study for the match? Is that kind of what their role is?
Yeah, a coach can often guide preparation specifically, right? The X's and O's on the board, but also be similar to what you described, be someone who's, even if not a full mentor, but someone who knows how to get you in the right state of mind, right? Knows how to keep you calm when things aren't going your way. And I mean, we've been talking a lot about it in the match. I mean, if you've seen some of that, right? Just talking about getting yourself right when things go wrong, as the old cliche is, right? Everyone has a plan until they get hit. And in the case of for Jan, right, when that struggle happens, you talk about the seconds, and it's often produced a second, right? Or a coach, someone who's kind of there to keep you right? And how much have you had that? I mean, I'm sure you've had mentors of both kinds, those who just bring basketball knowledge and those who also bring that sort of X factor that helps you feel like you're at your best. Is that something that you?
Yeah, I mean, you need both. Yeah, I think you need both. I think, you got to have the X's and O's, the technical guy. You got to have the skills development. Somebody to say, look, your elbow was out on that one. You need to put your elbow in. But then you also need to have somebody in your corner that's like, forget that last game. You didn't shoot it well. Move on. Like, let's talk about chess. Let's play me in chess.
Right.
So I think the support system is extremely important. Now more than ever, I think mental health is a huge part of kind of like our world. It's becoming more and more.
Yeah.
People are talking about it more and more. And so for me, having a family to just be able to, turn to, having friends, and, like I said at the very beginning of this thing, being able to play chess with some friends and family and just relax and not think about, my job is something that helps me, honestly.
Is that,
Love that.
I'm curious though, is that feedback loop a little different? Because we're talking about coaching, and in chess, you can flip on the engine and know that you made a good move or a bad move. And in basketball, you're at the highest level. So is that something that is different for you when a chess coach or just the engine tells you, hey, Gordon, you should have done this, versus when a basketball coach? Like, how is that receptive by you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little more subjective in basketball. I think you can have some disagreements, I guess, maybe a little bit more, especially at my level in chess. It's pretty obvious what the move should have been and what I should have done.
At my level too. That's okay. Yeah.
Right. Like, I clearly blundered that one and should have gone here. But basketball, I mean, I think it's healthy to have those, discussions and talks, and you might not always agree on certain things, but generally speaking, I think, the coach, is generally right. And every coach that I've had has been really good about respecting. I think that's the thing when you get to the NBA, it's like we're all older, right?
Yeah.
You're not a kid anymore. You're not in college. You're all, I'm 31 years old here. And so I think the coaches do a good job of respecting you as a player, and they want to talk about it. Hey, what'd you see here on this one? I felt like you should have done this. What do you think? And you go back and watch the film. We watch film more than ever now these days. You're always watching it with an assistant. You can watch on a laptop. You can even watch film on the bench during a timeout. You can kind of see how the defense is guarding, and they'll show you on the iPad. And that part's actually been really cool. And so you kind of have that discussion, you know, like, this is what I saw. I think you should have done this. And all right, you're right. I'm going to do that next time.
It's cool. You know, Robert and I could probably sit here and talk with you about these chess basketball comparisons all day, the more comfortable we get. Secret closet, I don't know if we've admitted this yet, but we're both big NBA guys. So huge Suns fan here. So your Chris Paul reference was awesome. So
oh yeah, the Suns are playing really well this year, huh?
They're playing well. It's been nice because I had my first kid during the Nash era. I literally named my oldest son Nash. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I had a Steve Nash jersey growing up.
Yeah, so we've been due for a while. It's nice to have this Booker Ayton era. We'll see where it can go. So I know. So I just want to pivot to talking basketball now. I know we can't do that. So anyway, I won't do that. Respectful for your time. So I'll just end with, what is your favorite game besides basketball, and why is it chess?
Man, I've had such a good time here learning to play chess. And, you know, my favorite part, at least right now, about chess is being able to play a game and then go immediately after the game and analyze it and look and see, this is where I went wrong here. And then you can then play another game and you get in that same position and you're able to then fix your mistake and you end up winning the game. And it's like really rewarding to me. I mean, I don't know. It just is, it feels really good when you make a move and you end up doing the right play and you trap some piece that they have, you know, or you checkmate. And, you know, that's something that gets me going. So it's been really fun playing chess, and thank you guys for having me on. It's been fun catching up with you.
Love that, man. And the pleasure is definitely ours. We really appreciate your time and wish you and the Hornets the best of luck this season, except against the Suns. But otherwise, the best of luck, man. And thank you so much for your time and your insights and for being a part of the chess community.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
See you, man. You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
f7, d6, e8, g7, h5, g3, e2, c1, b3, a5.
Stop. White king on a3, white pawn on b3, black king on e7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to a8 before white's king gets to b7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
e4, e5, queen h5, king e7, queen takes e5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
d4, knight of6, c4, e6, knight e3, bishop e4, f3, d5, a3, bishop e7, e4, d4, fe4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's octopus knight on d3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on e5. What squares does it attack?
f7, d7, c6, c4, d3, f3, g4, g6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
are back with our final moments in our coverage of Game 10 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. This broadcast, like all of our coverage of said event, has been brought to you by Coinbase, and we've had a lot of fun. Real quick, want to let everybody know at the end of today's show, we'll be debuting our latest and greatest behind-the-scenes video. I mean, these moments that happen organically, just sitting around the room with some friends, some fat heads, and some things that go down are going to be things that you don't want to miss at the end of the show. But first and foremost, guys, we keep to the chess. Obviously, we are here to cover the event that decides the highest title, the crown that we all worship in the chess world. It's getting closer and closer to remaining with the current king. And we set up this critical moment on purpose. I know you're thinking like, hey, like, what's the critical moment here? But we actually debated and discussed it. Was it Magnus's bishop e3 that he chose not to play? We spent a lot of time talking about the psychology of that and the decision to keep things tame. But really, Robert, you're the one who really said, I feel like this was it. Jan's decision, again, not to play the Sicilian, decided the direction of this game and maybe the rest of the match.
Yeah, he allowed Magnus to simplify the game in the Petrov. So he could have started with c5 and played a Najdorf in the Sicilian, and that could have been some fighting chess. We did talk before the show that Magnus could have played c3 and have a tame Sicilian, but still, if Jan is going to continue in his repertoire, Magnus knew what to expect and could make a very straightforward draw.
Yeah, we'll never really know whether our prediction of an Alapin Sicilian would have happened because it's not on the board. Maybe we will find out in epic style if we are in a game 14 where Jan would have to win with black.
We could see this. Hopefully we'll see this moment where Jan has to play for a win with the black pieces to keep the match going.
Yep.
Because that would mean the match stays interesting.
Right.
And he won't be able to play with Petrov again, that's for sure.
Yep.
But I think his choice today, probably a good one, at least to steady the ship before he mounts an offensive, tries his last chance at becoming world champion.
Well, let's remind everybody that this critical moment, this Coinbase critical moment, was brought to you by House of Stun. The beautiful board you see before your very eyes, right, is available to you right now at go.chess.com/Staunton. Use the promo code chess.com to get up to 15% off your holiday gifts this season. Thank you for that little bit of an intrude. I don't know what happened there. We do have a schedule to be aware of before we get to our video. Remind you that we're going to be here after the rest day, mañana. Back again on Friday. We're going to have chess on Friday. Sorry. I'm getting excited for our last video, so I'm going to keep rolling on. But tomorrow, they call it a rest day. Some call it an SCC day. Bobby, you ready for Wesley?
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to playing.
Okay.
It's going to be, well, I won't say it's going to be a fun match because sometimes matches aren't very fun. It's going to be a stressful match for sure, but I'm looking forward to it.
Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana goes down the Speed Chess Championship, the last quarterfinal match of this year's SCC. For those who don't know, it is the most exciting event in online chess. I will say so without any qualms or qualifications. Make sure you tune in. And this year, Robert, has been nuts. These matches have been crazy.
They have. The opening matches were phenomenal.
Yeah.
In the quarters here, we've seen some lopsided matches, at least by end result, but the matches have been fantastic. I'm looking forward to not having to play and just watch as a fan of Fabiano and Wesley.
Watch our buddy here. We don't have to commentate or play, so it'll be a lot of fun watching you maybe bring home the dub. Either way, I think it will be exciting, you versus Wesley. So, all right. Well, as we said, it's time to just see what happened the other day. You know, there's a reason why when you see Robert in these chess shows, he's usually accompanied by me, because we don't know what he's capable of when we leave him alone. And you know, the other day we did so, and well, we found out.
Well, my friends, good of you to join me. Danny has banished me from the commentary until I clean up my look. He didn't say I have to clean up my act though. So Maxime, you're already a little upside down. We're gonna have a little Hess's happy hour. Magnus, you look excited. I'm glad you're here. Hikaru, I know every time I suggest something, you're a little skeptical, but it's okay. It's gonna be fun. I got you a little IPA. Hope you enjoy that. Jan, come on, man. You look happy to be here too. Bobby's already smiling. We'll take it easy on you. You don't have to chug. You can sip. It's all good. And well, with that, I mean, it's about time. So, should we do this thing? Is it time? Oh boy. Well, cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good. The World Championship on Chess.com. Let's do this.
I don't even know what inspired you to do that, but I'm so happy you did.
People think that's a skit, but that's every morning.
Is that every morning in your Airbnb apartment?
Yeah. I get up, Robert's already talking to the fathead, chugs a drink, and then we go to commentate.
Why do you think I'm so grumpy about breakfast?
Oh my gosh, that was so great. So I don't even know what the best part of that was, that Robert did that in one take because he refused, smartly to consume a beverage of said kind more than once. So he nailed that in one take. That was incredible. An incredible way to bring our show to a close. The three of us will bring this to a close with a cheers as we take this thing offline. We do appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate all that has been a really wild month and a lot of fun. And of course, it's not over yet. Who knows what Friday will bring? We will find out. So to everyone out there, enjoy your rest day. Be safe, be responsible. And whether you're about to have a good day, you're making it a good night, this is goodbye. Goodbye. So we're about to remind you, of course, what that question was and what the answer is to today's trivia question for those of you who haven't already looked it up and played along with us on the socials of media, as they say. So don't go anywhere. For all the media that is social, will return henceforth with, and we will be back with the cool kids. Get me off camera.
It's Expo 2020 and the world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.